Going with the toss. Aaron Jones has got the coin. Coin goes up. Heads is the call. It's heads, Aaron. Sorry, Harmeet, you've won the toss. If you could just come forward. Harmeet, you've won the toss and you've elected to bat first. Tell us why.
I think going by the same combination yesterday, and both games yesterday also won batting first, and I guess it gets a little bit tough chasing, and we're backing up bowlers to bowl under pressure again. We have a solid bowling attack, and I think let's go out there and do it one more time.
Finally, tell me about the fight of this team. Last weekend you beat the Dallas Mustangs. Yesterday you beat the defending champions. What is it about your team that keeps getting ready for these occasions?
I think we picked at the right time, and we've been beating like champion sides right from the last league game, and we've had 6 or 5 occasions where we played like absolutely dominated top sides. Maybe yesterday was a close one, but we beat Dallas twice, almost dominated them, and I think it is very important that we finish well here and we keep doing what we're doing.
Harmeet, all the best to you and your team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's get Aaron Jones, the Atlanta Fire captain. Aaron, you lost the toss. Having won it, what would you have done?
I would have batted first as well. We had a good game yesterday batting first, and I think it's a pretty good wicket to bat, so I would have batted first.
Your international experience, yourself, Stephen Taylor, Nasser Hussain, Jamar Hamilton, how important are they to your team?
Definitely the senior guys important. We've been pulling our weight throughout the season, and we hope to do it today again.
Any changes?
No, same team from yesterday.
Well, there you have it. Thank you very much. All the best for you and your team.
Thank you.
From the toss then, the news, the Seattle Thunderbolts have won a very important toss today, and they will be taking first knock at the beautiful Church Street Park. Well, there you have it in terms of the toss, the all-important toss between the two captains. And when you look at the decision by Harmeet Singh, no real surprise, because the way that his team in the last 2 games have batted first against the Dallas Mustangs, a very strong team, and then the Silicon Valley Strikers. They've defended well on the last 2 occasions, and they're backing themselves to do it one more time for the all-important grand finale. Alongside me, Nate Hayes. Nate, that decision to bat first from the Seattle Thunderbolts, surprised?
No, not at all. I think this game is happening about an hour earlier than typical evening games here at Church Street Park. The dew shouldn't be as big of a factor here. Seattle wants, this is the style that they want to play. They shouldn't sacrifice that for anything right now. Runs on the board in a final really means something.
Yeah, indeed. It was really resounding victories for both of these teams. The Thunderbolts, yes, they won batting first, but it was also the Atlanta Fire with their 210 runs on the board when they really went off between Jamar Hamilton and Aaron Jones. It was the 2 of them that really put the runs on for this team. And, I mean, from the time they posted at 200 total, it was always going to be tough for the New Jersey Stallions to chase that down.
Absolutely. And not only was it tough for them to chase it down, they just couldn't. The bowling attack from Atlanta was too good with that big of a lead, with that big of a run total on the board, and I don't think New Jersey really had a chance.
Well, the all-important openers, Andreas Gauss, he's going to be so important for this team. Over 600 runs this season, and he'll be one to watch. How much pressure is on him, Nate?
I think there's a lot of pressure on him. They do need to get a good start. I really think they're going to want to get to about 60 runs or so in the power play, as many as they can get in the power play. Actually, you know, I think they can defend about 160 realistically. So I do think Atlanta's going to want to hold them under that. Everroy Dyer was a star with the ball yesterday with 4 wickets. We saw Cornet Dry wasn't really himself yesterday. After the game, he was running up and working on, you know, his run-up and everything. And we'll see if Seattle decides to target him.
Yeah, well, that will be very interesting. They're a team that start very well inside the power play. The Seattle Thunderbolts, Andreas Gauss from South Africa, as well as Ryan Kampathan with the international experience from Canada. A very explosive opening batter. And it's going to be very important that Aaron Jones and his men take these wickets early. You want to break this partnership because they've shown in the past, Nathan Hayes, that they really can get going. And they really can take games away from teams inside those first 6 overs.
Absolutely. I think Nasser Hussain and Emilio Alfonso, both of them with an awful lot of experience, I think they're going to feature very heavily today. I also think we might see 3 to 4 overs from Stephen Taylor.
Well, a look at the teams for the Seattle Thunderbolts. A team that is unchanged today in the final with a very strong bowling lineup. Nate and Harmeet Singh leads his team. The likes of Akhilesh Bodogam for the Fire.
Zain Syed exploded a little bit recently. Rishi Pandey is a youngster, but he's been batting very well. And obviously, Aaron Jones is key with the bat. But Everroy Dyer, Cornet Dry, we got to see how Cornet's going to bounce back from yesterday. Aponzo and Stephen Taylor and Hussain, I think they're going to feature very heavily today.
Of course, Nasser Hussain, with all of his international experience with the ball in hand, will be very important. The two South Africans in frame, Cornet Dry and Andreas Gauss, both will be equally important for their team. For Cornet Dry, Nate, it's been a tough season for him, coming off of the back of 2021 where he took the second most wickets, but he's going to have to fire, and not only fire, but fire early for his team. If this Seattle Thunderbolts team gets away and their usual 8 or 9 runs per over in the first 6 and maybe only loses 1 or 2 wickets, Nathan, this could be a completely different game.
Absolutely, it could be. And Cornet could have used 3 games on this wicket a couple of weeks back. Obviously, his wife gave birth during that time, so that was significantly more important. But Cornet Dry, I think with the game under his belt yesterday, having worked on his block foot, his landing foot last night after the game, I think he's going to feel good about himself today.
Well, Rayan Pathan from Canada with his experience. I was in Antigua during the ICC T20 World Cup, T20 World Cup qualifiers, where Rayan Pathan, 107 not out against Panama at Coolidge. He's such a destructive player if he gets going, and he's one that the Atlanta Fire will need to take very early. You look at the feel that Cornet Dry has got to start. The man from South Africa, who is that wicket taker, he's got the deep third and deep fine leg, and he's got to be very precise in terms of his length, because he has struggled at times with a bit of inconsistency that's gone for runs.
Yeah, I think a little bit more consistent, regular bowling from him towards the end of this season would have helped.
Seattle Thunderbolts, first delivery, here we go. Starts with a dot, Cornet Dry. You'll want to be a lot fuller than that. The Fire as well as Dry. How excited are you just for today's event? It's a 5 o'clock start here in North Carolina. We've had the thoughts from the captain. Nate, what are you looking forward to the most?
Well, I just love this community. Obviously, it's an amazing community. You know, speaking of great cricket communities, Seattle itself is an up-and-coming community. We have Marymore Park there on the horizon. Seattle shows serious potential to be the next big hub for cricket in the USA.
Much better, much where Cornet Dry will want to be, challenging the pads. He wants to be on that sort of length because he's a full attacking, and Rayan Pathan is a man who we know if you err in terms of that length, he's so strong with those long levers, he will hit you over the top and into the leg side. He's a very strong bottom hand player.
This top order for Seattle is absolutely relentless. These two in the middle here are a big wicket, but there are a couple of big wickets to come after that.
Well, he picks up one. There is a fine leg in place. Nasser Hussain makes no mistake. And early the Atlanta Fire have struck. Huge wicket and a huge start.
Well, that just got on him in a hurry there. Cornet's looking a little bit better right now already than he did last night. Terrific start for Atlanta.
It was all about the setup. First the full delivery and then a short one. And he had the fine leg in place. He put one of his best catchers out on that fine leg boundary. Nasser Hussain makes no mistake. Huge, huge for the Atlanta Fire.
Excellent job by Nasser Hussain, not landing too hard on his elbows on that where the ball would have popped out. Experience showing there on that catch. He had to run in a pretty good ways to get to that.
Rayan Pathan, he'll be disappointed, unable to add to the scores. They lose their first. The Thunderbolts in some early trouble. None for one. So Seattle Thunderbolts will need to maximize on these power play overs. Nate Hayes, and they've gone. It looks like the captain, Harmeet Singh, the last 3 games before yesterday's semi-final, he batted at number 3. Yesterday he came in at number 4. Got a start, 22 from 11. But today he's opted to take leadership responsibility and come up the order.
Yeah, I think this is a very good move in a very big game. This is the biggest game of the year for everybody, for the entire country, all domestic cricket in the USA. So you want an experienced guy in the middle at this particular moment.
Well, Harmeet Singh, so much experience. Not only Andreas Ghost, but him as well. They've elevated themselves this season. 294 runs, but it's more about the strike rate. He's just been so lethal at the top. 224 the strike rate, 30 maximums this season. But today he's going to have to dig in for his team early. Look at the swing. Look at the lateral movement from Cornet Dry. Much more aggressive so far to start the innings. They thought they had their man.
Just running in and firing it. He had the seam position just right there. Excellent ball from Cornet Dry.
What a wicket that would have been for the Fire. Just getting a hint of inward movement. May have just been sliding down the leg side, though. A good decision in the end by umpire Jermaine Lindo.
What a tough ball to face, your very first ball at the crease.
And it's right where you want to be. Jermaine Lindo on screen, standing umpire today for the final. Very experienced man, Jamaican descent. Has got that in the gap and has timed it really well. He's quick, Atinja Subramanian, but he won't be able to stop that. First boundary for the Seattle Thunderbolts.
We saw Harmeet get 22 runs yesterday, but he did it off of just 11 balls. Ended up being a really big boost to the team, considering they only won by 6 at the end.
Well, Atinja Subramanian had to give up the chase. He just was aiming for that gap through mid-wicket. He was able to get it fine enough. So Harmeet Singh, he will be aggressive. That's one thing you have to admire about him, regardless of the situation. Yes, his team has lost an early wicket, but he will continue to attack inside these power play overs. This time, much better from Dry, who's been much more aggressive in this first over. Ends the first well. They take the wicket, 4 for 1. Well, Nate, you look at today's matchup from the 2 teams. The Seattle Thunderbolts, Harmeet Singh winning the toss, opting to bat first. You look at the 32 games played over the 2 seasons here at Church Street Park. Before this weekend, it was a much bigger disparity between teams won batting first and batting second. But now we have 17 games won by teams chasing, and 16 of them after yesterday's 2 wins won by teams batting first. It tells you about the conditions and maybe why Harmeet Singh opted to go for what works for his team.
Yeah, I think it worked yesterday. You saw they won against the defending champions yesterday. They didn't even play well, but it was the scoreboard pressure that helped them win the game. Today they're hoping that even if they don't have a tremendous first innings, it will be enough to win the championship.
Well, in the last over, Cornet Dry, with all of his experience, much better start for him today. That was the delivery before he took that wicket. It was a very full ball to Rayan Khan Pathan, which was given not out, and then the very next one, he had fine leg in place, went short, and getting his man. Perfect plan, perfect setup by Dry. Excellent work by our production crew, who, of course, making it possible as the likes of Sunoco, Toyota, and Dafa News, our corporate sponsors on board. Andrew Scouse facing his first delivery. Subramaniam into the attack straight away. Gauss off the mark straight away with a gorgeous punch. Just effortless. Great way to get off the mark.
Yeah, we might see some explosive batting here with the 2 of these batting so early in the power play. If they can go the distance of the power play here, it's going to be a big score.
Just look at how easily he played that, and it tells you about a man in very good touch. Andreas Gauss, 616 runs this season coming into this final. Just look at the weight transferal onto that back foot. Excellent from the South African, who's been in the runs all season. 5 half-centuries it is. Goes again this time over cover. Too much width on offer. Andreas Gauss is going to make you pay.
Atindra Subramanian here with 2 boundaries on his first 2 balls. Let's see how the youngster recovers. He does like bowling here. He has performed here very well recently. So let's see how he rebounds after these 2 blistering 4s from Andres Hoos.
Very wide. Atindra Subramanian is a plan that worked for him yesterday, where he got the wicket of Anthony Bramble bowling wide of that off stump. But the problem is the length. It's just too full. First, he was too short. Now he's too full. He's going to have to find that rhythm and find it quickly. This is a Seattle Thunderbolts team who have experience batting first. We mentioned the last 3 games that they've won, 2 against the Mustangs and 1 against the Strikers. They won 6 out of 7 of their games batting first. But what's telling about those 7 games, Nate Hayes, is the fact that 3 out of the 7 times they've gone past 180, and it's because of the explosiveness of Andrew Scouse and the explosiveness of Harmeet Singh. When you look at their run rate in the first 6 overs, one of the most important phases of a T20 game, they score over 9 runs and over. It tells you about the free-flowing, aggressive cricket that they play.
And after a little hiccup yesterday, before the previous 4 games, they were averaging 11.75 runs per over overall over their last 4 innings.
Yeah, you look at those 2 games against the Mustangs, and then even yesterday, they lost their way for a bit against the Silicon Valley Strikers, but they were able to recover. It tells you about the fight and the depth, 2 things that Harmeet Singh has spoken at length about. Much better in terms of that length from Atindra Subramanian. He was just looking for that rhythm, but in T20 cricket, you have such fine margin for error, Nate Hayes. You have to find it early.
Yeah, Atindra Subramanian is not going to back down here. He's not going to be shying away. He has a lot of experience in this team. They put a lot of faith in him, and I think that's great to see him recover there, but I'm not surprised in any way.
I'll have to re-bowl that one. Yesterday in that power play against the Silicon Valley Strikers, they were able to get 51 runs, and even though they lost 3 wickets, the start that they were able to get has allowed them to continue that momentum and sustain it throughout the innings. It just tells you about the importance of the first 6 overs. You have to ensure that you get off to a good start. Much better. Look at the line this time. A lot closer to that off stump. That's where he wants to be.
Excellent there. I was thinking after the first 2 boundaries from Andres House that maybe he'd settled in. Maybe that pressure would be off of his shoulders, but 2 excellent balls there from Subramanian.
Roshan Samuels, the standing umpire, the other umpire in this grand finale. Well, Andres Ghost, I want to spend some time on him, Nate, because you look at the way he's come into the United States from South Africa, played a lot of cricket for Free State, where he scored 7 first-class hundreds. But Ghost, this season, only 1 of 4 players to score over 600 runs.
Fantastic stuff. A lot of people think he would have been the wicketkeeper for South Africa if that position hadn't been so solid.
Cut this time, a misfield at a point by Amira Ponzo allows him to get through for 1. But yeah, on Ghost, we'll get back to him in the next over. End of 2, a good start for both teams, 14 for 1.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Well, very hot day. Ensure that you have your hydration ready because it's scorching at the moment at Church Street Park. Good to see the youth as well as the seniors out in their numbers. We do expect a pretty packed crowd in for this finale. After this is the 10th weekend of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco, and it's now come down to these 2 teams. We'll have a new winner of this tournament after the Silicon Valley Strikers won last season.
Yes, and as always at this ground, we'll get more and more people matriculating in as the evening goes on.
Much more accurate from Cornet Dry, and it's been a tough season for him. When you look at the season that he's had coming into this, remember last season in 2021, he took 30 wickets. He was the second leading wicket taker. This year, though, his strike rate, there's been a big difference in his strike rate, and he has struggled a bit. From last season, his average, was 14. This year, it's gone to 18. So he has been a bit on the inconsistent side, but a final is the perfect way to rectify those issues. Gets it through. No, he doesn't. Rishi Pandey is there at that straight wicket position. Nate, did you see Cornet Dry yesterday? After last night, he was spot bowling. After the game, it tells you the hunger that he has in terms of for success. Andres Gauss in the last over. First was too short, Atindra Subramaniam. This man is just so classical. Then when he went too full, glorious cover drive.
Yeah, Cornet last night seemed to be a little bit worried that he was losing some of his energy and his block foot. But whatever has been bothering him this season, it seems to be fixed the last 9 balls or so.
Yeah, he did. Just getting back to that, after the game, after they won and the celebrations, he was out there with one of the substitute wicketkeepers, and he was out there spot bowling, ensuring that he's able to find a rhythm, and Aaron Jones will be very happy about that. And clearly it's worked, because in these first 9 days, as you just said, Nate, he's been much more accurate, much more on the money, and he's caused problems so far. And it also begs the question for Aaron Jones. He's very important in the back end of the innings, but if he's in a rhythm like this, do you want to continue to take early wickets, knowing the importance of this partnership?
Knowing the importance of the power play, maybe you do. I think Seattle also might have to replan their innings, because I think maybe they were going to target Cornet Dry today. That seems like a very bad plan at this point.
Well, we've gone straight into the action here in this finale, this 2022 season. Again, very full. He'll know Andreas Gauss very well. They would have both played cricket together in South Africa at the first class level. And so far, he's kept him very quiet. 9 from 11 is a very uncharacteristic start for someone of the power of Gauss.
Yeah, as the Fire played catch around the ring there. Look at this ball. Very good ball. Oh, my goodness. Great ball. Cornet is looking like a different bowler today, isn't he?
It's been all about the consistency early on, finding that fuller length. Plays it very well, but Everett Dyer misfield. He'll be very disappointed about that, because they had the deep third in position, and really spoils what was a fantastic over from Cornet Dry. 5 dots and a boundary, 18 for 1.
And take a look at the batting card so far. Rayan Patan out after 3 balls for a duck. Andres House going about a run of ball right now, 13 from 12. Harmeet Singh the same, 4 from 3. Thanks to some really tidy bowling from Cornet Dry, who seems to have fixed whatever was bothering him yesterday. Cornet Dry, a very good bowler. He likes bowling here. He's performed very well here when he has played against the Morrisville team. And we see Atindra Subramanian staying in for the Fire.
Well, this power play stage, I know I keep touching on it, but it's very important in T20 cricket. So often you win the first 6 overs, you go on to win the game. And the Atlanta Fire, it's been a problem for their bowling attack, taking wickets early and trying to contain some of the runs. In the 2 losses this season, you look in the power play, they've conceded over 10 runs per over, 53 for 2 and 67 for 1 in those 2 losses. So it's an area they want to improve on in this final. Playing across the line, but definitely sliding down the leg side. It's been a slow start. Not often you see only 2 boundaries being hit in the first 3 overs, 4 overs now from this Seattle Thunderbolts side.
And how has Subramanian performed? He's performed quite well after those first 2 boundaries by Hoos. It's great to see a youngster like this being counted on in such an important role in the most important game of the season. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic. We have a U19 player bowling in the power play against the best team in the Pacific right now. This is what minor league cricket is all about.
Yeah, fantastic by the MLC to have that rule in place where you have to play one under-21 and one under-19 player in your team. This young man is so young but so much talent, much like we've seen throughout this tournament. And very interestingly now, Jamar Hamilton has come up to the stumps to prevent Andreas Gauss from going out of his crease. Too short, mid-wicket in place, but he can only watch. Andreas Gauss is a man you do not want to give those type of deliveries to, because he will get in a rhythm and get some momentum under his belt.
He's just waiting on that. He's waiting on a bad ball to hit right now, and he got one right there.
Shouldn't change the plan, even with Jamar Hamilton up to the stumps. He just got a bit too straight, and Andreas Gauss just rocked back, waited on it, cashed in. Just the one fielder out in that leg side boundary, so just had to find the gap.
Cannot afford to miss against Andres Hus. He will make you pay, no matter how many dot balls he just saw.
Aerial this time in the offside. Gorgeous from Gauss. Excellent through extra cover. This is one area where he's very prolific in.
Here's a great look at why this man is a power play batsman. So good at placing it over the ring.
Yeah, spot on. It was very interesting to see Aaron Jones start with his two seamers from both ends. Not often do you see your two bowlers bowling back-to-back overs inside the power play. It allows batters to get comfortable. And Andreas Gauss clearly now is in a rhythm. After his first 11 deliveries, he only scored 9 runs into the 20s. Man, when he scores 50 in this tournament, his team is unbeaten. Andreas Gauss. Much better length, and it's a similar length to where he got the wicket of Anthony Bramble yesterday evening. He bowled extremely well, stuck to the plan, and went for that wide plan. Here's the wicket from last night. Went wide on that good length, the 6 to 9 meter range, and he was able to get his man caught at mid-off. It's a similar, I think a similar tactic can be employed to get the wicket of Andreas Gauss.
And that's the wicket that pretty much started the downfall of New Jersey yesterday.
Another dot, much better. When he's been on that off-stump line, it's been a different bowler. Nate, can you imagine what would we do without our corporate sponsors on board, being able to have looks like that, where we could actually go back to last night's game and provide that sort of angle for our viewers at home to see the great work that young Ateen Subramaniam has put in. Fantastic spell last night. Only took 1 wicket, but only conceded 15 runs. Aaron Jones, with runs on the board, was able to get through his overs quickly.
Yes, and we've had this great premium stream all season.
Ends with 3 dots. Fantastic from the youngster. End of 4 overs. 27 for 1.
Andres, who's there, stepping up the run rate a little bit, 21 from 17, taking advantage of every time the bowlers miss, it seems, right now. We're getting good quality bowling from Atlanta in the meantime, but we also have plenty of good batters coming up behind. Rishi Bardwaj, yesterday's star, has yet to bat.
What about Rishi Bardwaj and Akhilesh Bodogam? Very interestingly, out of the 26 teams that they could have chosen, they've chosen this Seattle Thunderbolts team. You know where they're from? The Atlanta Fire. They played for them in the 2021 season. Both of those players, 2 very important pieces for the Thunderbolts.
Oh, we raved about it when they were added to this Seattle team. They were good, great, excellent role players for Atlanta last year, and now Seattle has the benefit of their class.
Now this is very interesting. Everroy Dyer comes into the attack for the Fire. Now we haven't seen him inside the power play overs. His economy rate this season has been over 9. He's a wicket taker. He took 4 yesterday in that semi-final, but a very bold choice from Aaron Jones to go to Dyer early. He's got to be very consistent because he will go for runs with that bit of extra pace he possesses. too short, way too short, and pounced upon by Harmeet Singh. He averages and strikes at over 200 this season for a reason.
I think Harmeet's going to really like this pace, but Dyer was absolutely phenomenal yesterday, taking 4 wickets.
It was all about the width on offer. Too easy with point up in the circle. That third fielder, very fine, so it's always going to be runs. It's a very good batting surface as well. I just wonder, though, we could get a very even game. Oh, wow. Class. Top class shot from Harmeet Singh. Probably the best that we've seen today.
Well, things are swinging big time in Seattle's favor right now. Harmeet Singh showing serious intent, as we expect from Harmeet Singh.
I have to say, Nate Hayes, I'm very interested by Aaron Jones' decision to go to Dyer inside the power play. Because of his expensive economy rate, they have tended to go away from him bowling in the first 6. Oh, nicked. When it's going your way, it's going your way. Harmeet Singh dealing in boundaries. 3 consecutive boundaries in the over so far.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. The ball flies here. So if you get any big piece of the ball, it's going to go for a boundary in this power play more than likely.
Outside edge, no slip in place. Can't do much about that, Everett Dyer. It's an interesting choice from Aaron Jones to go to seam throughout this innings. Usually we've seen Amida Ponzo bowl inside the power play. I think the left-hand, right-hand combination may be keeping those spinners out of the attack. Obviously they have Nasser Hussain, the off-spinner, and as well as Amida Ponzo, the left-arm spinner.
And Atlanta is now in a position, in my opinion, where they absolutely need to break this partnership, because Seattle does not need a whole lot of runs to win the game.
Interesting you say that, Nate, but the Fire scored 210 last night under the lights. Why do they not need too much runs to win this game? Just short of Jamar Hamilton, but a much better delivery from Dyer, much closer to Harmeet Singh, and from the time he takes away that width, a much more dangerous delivery.
Well, basically, I mean that Seattle's got very good bowling, very deep bowling. Who do you take on in the Seattle bowling attack? You really can't take anybody on. But as you said, Atlanta Fire bats extremely well. So I think we're in for a great game, but Seattle will back themselves with runs on the board.
Well, we know that the Seattle Thunderbolts like to go to their spinners quite often. Harmeet Singh, one of them. Big swing and a miss. Looking to go into that onside. Nate, we know that the Seattle Thunderbolts have got a lot of spinners, a plethora. You look at Harmeet Singh, Akhilesh Badogam, the 2 main ones. They're going to have to bowl with that dew factor as well. That's why it always makes it an interesting decision to win the toss and bat first, because also this surface tends to get a bit better under the lights. So I think, that's why I said earlier in the over, you can have a very even matchup between these 2 teams. Down the leg side, excellent take though from Jamar Hamilton.
We talk a lot about Andres Hus and what a great keeper batsman he is, but Hamilton, man, I love watching this guy play cricket.
Yeah, it was all about the take. He's so athletic behind the stumps, Jamar Hamilton. Just the 2nd man from Anguilla to play for the West Indies. He's been a revelation to have for the Atlanta Fire this season. And the innings like that yesterday that he played with his 50 shows you exactly why. Just beats Satinja Subramaniam in the circle. There's more runs. 4th boundary coming in the over. 17 runs from it. And it ends the 5th over in a really good way. It's a fantastic start for the Thunderbolts. 44 for 1.
Welcome back to Church Street Park. The Seattle Thunderbolts, they're off to an absolute flyer of the start. 5 overs are gone, 44 for the loss of 1. You see Andries House and Harmeet Singh. They've got a partnership going. And as we see a South African out there in the middle, we see a South African in the box with me, and you see for the bowling card, a South African also leading the way for the Atlanta Fire. Cornet Dry, 2 overs, 8 runs, and a wicket in hand.
Goedemiddag, al mijn mensen. It means good afternoon, all my people. Welcome to the championship game of the Toyota Mine League 2022. Thanks for the introduction, Oman. As a South African, I'm proud to be here, seeing 3 South Africans in the final today.
We'll see Nasser Hussain start in the Bangladeshi international, who started his minor league career here at Church Street Park just a couple of weeks ago, playing for the Atlanta Fire, of course, and taking wickets early and often. And we'll see him with the bat later today as this one gets through the infield. Should be a couple of runs, might race all the way to the boundary, and it will. It's going to be 4 runs, no fielders out in the deep on the offside as we're in the power play. It's going to be 4 more for Andries House.
Andries House, a prolific run scorer, loves batting, know him personally, and this is an area where he scores loads and loads of runs, Aman. A fantastic start to his innings. He's a big player for the Seattle Thunderbolts, and they want more of this. Just rocking back and punching it off the back foot, hoping for a good over in the last over, the power play, and they've got it to a perfect start.
This time looking for the sweep, didn't quite get it, but got some pad to get that single away. And you just mentioned the run scoring of Andries House, over 600 runs this season, and we've already seen a couple of back foot punches that have just been sublime. It's just so easy when he's just able to time the ball, and it just pushes it along the carpet. And with this quick outfield at Church Street Park baking under this humid, hot North Carolina sun, it just makes for entertaining cricket.
Yeah, for sure. Andries House, a real intense character. Puts a lot of pride in his batting like most cricketers do, but I know he'd want to kick on. Got a start here. Harmeet Singh batting again at 200% strike rate. It's been unbelievable leading the team.
We'll look for the big shot, and he's gone. Harmeet Singh, a swing and a miss. He's going to feel as he's missed out. Might have stayed just a touch low on him as well. Nasser Hussain, he strikes in his very first over with the big wicket of the opposition skipper.
I beg your pardon, Harmeet Singh. Giving you all the praises, giving you flowers, as they say in America. But unfortunately, looked like a bit of a chop on, looking at the inside edge of his bat. Unfortunately, his innings coming to an end. Getting 20 off 11 balls, but have a look. Trying to rock back and hit over the mid-wicket region, but yes, he did gesture that the ball did keep a bit low, and that's a happy man in screen. Mr. Hussain, former Bangladesh international, loving his time in the minor league. Unfortunately, Harmeet Singh gone for 20 off 11 balls. The Seattle Thunderbolts now 49 for 2.
Once again, if you would like to follow the score of this match, please visit scriptcards.com/MILC.
Well, the new man coming into the middle, Shubham Ramjane, who yesterday did come up to bat a little bit higher up the order, just at the number 3, but today sent in at number 4 as Harmeet Singh was looking to capitalize on the power play. Ramjane, though, yesterday didn't have the day he was looking for, just 7 from 4, and again, hasn't had the season that he would have wanted. 8 matches, 135 runs, but we know he can score. We've seen him do it in quick fashion. He just has to now support Andries House at the other end.
Always love your pronunciation of House. Andries House, yes, he's going to need some support. Ramjane, like you said, didn't have the best of competitions, but all out the window. Regular season's all out the window. It's all about the playoff games and the championship games. If you stand up in a game like this, the respect goes up even more in your team, and that's what they need to do.
Well, right on the money is Nasser Hussain, just getting some confidence from this wicket here again. Just stayed a touch low on Harmeet Singh, who just swung all around it. He was looking to heave it over the top of the leg side, and look how much that wicket means to Hussain. He knows the stage. He finds the outside edge, and again, the pressure on. And how about Jamar Hamilton crashing out both of the stumps to close out the end of the power play. 6 overs gone, 49 for the loss of 2. So the Seattle Thunderbolts, again, they had a partnership building with House and Harmeet Singh, and 25 not out for House, and Harmeet Singh 20 from 11 before that dismissal. And Shubham Ramjane now into the middle. He's just going to need to find a way to stick in and build an innings, build a partnership. Don't want to let wickets fall early. You see the overs, that 5th over, the biggest one of the lot, but Nasser Hussain, he's reeled things back in with that previous over, going for under 6 runs, again taking a wicket. If you are the Seattle Thunderbolts, you don't want to fall into the trap that you did yesterday where you're losing wickets early you feel under the lights at Church Street Park, 155 is just not going to cut it. You're going to want to be more towards that 180 mark, especially with the firepower of Stephen Taylor and Aaron Jones on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. You got to put something sustainable that your bowling attack can bowl to. Amila Ponzo into the attack. One thing I can say, Aman, about Andries Gous and the way he's played spin over his career, having known him in South Africa, his game plan against spin has gone through the roof. He's really playing well now. The way he approaches spin bowling. And being an opening batsman in the shorter format, you've got to be able to play all sorts of bowling that comes your way. And he's improved substantially against spin bowling either way, which is he's going to need this in the middle period.
Mila Ponzo has a lot of experience of his own, again playing at that Sri Lankan level, and again he's someone who just darts it in quick, keeps it right around that Yorker length, and just dares you to go into out, open up your stumps. This time just worked into the leg side for one.
Yeah, real good bowler. He's got a ridiculous T20 average, domestic T20 average. I think he averages around 18 with the ball, with an economy rate of 5.39. So that just shows he knows what he's doing. I love when they use him in the power play. He knows what he's doing. His game plan is good. Not known for being a big turner of the ball, but his change of paces, like we say, push and pull, is exceptionally good. He knows the challenge for the batsman right now. You can see there's no pace in the ball. The batters do like pace in the ball. He's completely taken it off. I'll be working in kilometers per hour. That looks about 80 kilometers per hour, man.
Kilometers an hour, it's what they usually use when we talk about cricket, so we'll let you off, even though we are in the United States. And again, he's just really clamped down. We've seen two really inexpensive overs. 7 overs gone. It's 50 for the loss of 2. And once again, welcome to Church Street Park. I'm Aman Patel. I'm joined by the great Dane Pete, the Morsel Raptors captain, and again played for South Africa as well. So, and there you go. He's pumped up to be here finals weekend, just like everybody else in attendance, and we expect the crowd to continue to grow here at Church Street Park.
Yeah, for sure. Not much to do in sleepy Morrisville on a Sunday, but this right here, my friend Aman Patel, it's a place to be on a Sunday afternoon. We call this the White House of Morrisville. So come down and support wherever you want to, but let's support the game of cricket. It's growing in the US, it's growing in Morrisville, it's growing all around the country.
Well, it's a great facility we have here, again, picturesque, as Hussein continues on the legs of Andries Gous. And
yeah, for sure, he's got to keep in the game here, Josie. He can't get too frustrated. He's hitting his front pad there after not getting being able to rotate the strike, but he's got to stay in the game. He's really important for the Thunderbolts in this phase of the game. So knocking the ball around, hitting the sweepers hard. He has a bit of cricket jargon. He's hitting the sweepers hard, long off, long on, cover sweeper, cow corner, deep mid wicket. He's got to make sure he hits them hard and rotates the strike. The best place to bat a man in cricket is the non-strikers in. So get to the non-strikers in, hand it over to your partner.
And to that point, as we see this one pushed back down the ground, we see very often here at Church Street Park, there's lulls in the game when boundaries aren't flowing. You see that initial surge from the Seattle Thunderbolts, and this is the phase of the game where you have to make sure you continue to rotate, get to that non-striker's end, and build a platform for your middle order. In the last 5, when it does get easier to bat.
Yeah, for sure, man. I agree with you on that. It's important that you stay in the game, stay in the fight. Me having personally played here quite a bit now, you understand that you do speak about a lull in the middle phase of the game, but you do know that there is a big pockets. Keep hitting the sweepers, keep rotating the strike. There's nothing wrong with 7 run and over in the middle period of the game. So yes, as you look down on your screen, you'll see the economy rate, the run rate is 6.77. But if you keep knocking it over, getting it to 7 and over, 7.5, you can launch the last 6 overs.
And that's what I thought the Seattle Thunderbolts did really well. Even though they were losing wickets with Shadley Van Skalkwyk, and we'll see him later, and Rishi Bardwaj, they were always able to get 7 runs into the over, even when they weren't finding boundaries. And that's so important at Church Street Park. And you can see the singles now starting to flow for the Seattle Thunderbolts. That's the end of the 8th over, 54 for the loss of 2.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट में क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का।
Welcome back to Church Street Park. Again, the scene of this final in the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Again, we'll have a new champion, and these fans, they're in attendance to see the new champion. Will it be the Seattle Thunderbolts, or will it be the Atlanta Fire? The Thunderbolts, they won the toss, and they elected to bat first. So far, 54 for the loss of 2 after 8.
Give me a call of mine.
Well, I think it's always hard to pick a final, and
don't sit on the fence, man.
Well, you know, I've spent a lot of time around Nikhil Uttamachandi, and anytime I ask him the question, he always says it's going to be a good game of cricket. So I'm just going to say the same to you, Dane Pete.
Don't sit on the fence, man.
It's going to be a good game of cricket. Make sure you come out if you can and enjoy the coverage all over the country, wherever you're watching.
Yeah, just going back to the cricket. Look at that shot that Andries Gous played down to the sweeper boundary. Got into a good position, getting in a much lower position in that occasion. So that means he can get over the top of the ball and smash it to the cover bar. So that's what he needs to do through this phase of the game.
Just trying to play with soft hands, Shubham Ranjane. But again, fielders in place. And the Atlanta Fire, they're always so aggressive inside the circle. It's very hard to get those quick singles, and we've seen it throughout this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Comes down the track and pushes the ball down the ground.
Good period, this Aman. We don't want the run rate to drop down to 6.5 and lower than 6.5 in this phase of the game. Got to try and keep it closer to 7 as much as possible.
How about this? Comes down the track. It's hit firmly off the bat, but only to the fielder. But again, at this stage of the game, as you mentioned, just trying to tickle it over that 7 run and over mark and can keep yourself in the game.
It's important that Andries Gous communicates to his partner about staying in the game and not getting frustrated. Yes, dot balls are part of the game, as Ranjani punches that down to the long on sweeper to the former captain Zain Syed. But yes, it's important as we came down to the end of the 9th over, the Seattle Thunderbolts are now 59 for 2.
Well, we have Paxton Elrod down on the sidelines. Paxton, what's going on? We're just dealing with some technical difficulties there, so we'll get back to Paxton in a minute. As Nasser Hussain continues into the attack, and you mentioned the importance of House going to his partner, telling him not to get frustrated. We've talked an awful lot about Rishi Bhardwaj, who's dealing with a little bit of a toe injury, so you don't want to get him out there early and put him in a position where he's going to strain that injury. We don't know what kind of physical capacity he's at. He's not going to miss a final, but it's ever so more important to hold that middle order until that 12th to 15th over mark.
Couldn't agree with you more, man. Don't want a man coming in, you know, in the importance of the game and facing spin bowlers like Camila Aponzo, Hussain. You're going to have to rotate the strike a lot often. I remember playing Hussain in a National Academy game in 2011 in Bangladesh. First time I saw him. He's a crafty character, bowls really well, maintains good composure in the middle.
Well, this one is hit back down the ground, and it's going to find Cornet dry. And again, it's just bowling to your field right now, Nasser Hussain, but you can see the aggression from Ranjane, who's just looking to go back down the ground, looking to continue to find ways to rotate.
Yes, for sure. He's looking for that pocket at deep mid-wicket, which is really a crucial scoring area at Church Street Park, man. So you said that pretty well.
As this one's just pushed into the offside. And as you mentioned, big pockets all along the ground, so there are areas to get those singles. And again, even if the boundaries aren't flowing, you hit it just to the left or the right of a fielder. With this big ground here at Church Street Park, there's always a run on offer.
Yes, they're playing this over pretty well. Are the Thunderbolts. It's important to keep knocking it around, like you say.
This one's soft hands, and they're going for that quick single. Fiery throw comes in, but they're going to get it. Again, it's running like this. It creates a different feel for the Seattle Thunderbolts. Also shows the mindset. We're going to score, we're going to run hard, and we're going to work for every single run we have.
Yeah, for sure. That's well said, Armand. Knocking the ball around, understanding the situation you find yourself in, rotating the strike. Yes, they have not worked hard to get 5 runs in this over, but it's good. It's a perfect start to the second pocket of the game for the Thunderbolts.
As this one is going to be pushed out to the offside, and that'll be the end of the 10th over. It's 65 for the loss of 2, and Dane Pete, he'll depart, but
I think, as you see, this is a big field, and it just gets a little tougher to score boundaries after the power play. So we wanted to maximize the power play, and actually the plan was the same yesterday as well. We lost a very early wicket, so I went down at 4. But yeah, the plan was to maximize the power play, and then, as you see now, it's a little bit tough to get boundaries. So we tried to maximize it. We got runs on board now. We just have to score the maximum we can and try to defend it. Yeah.
So what kind of score are you hoping to see from your team, and that's going to make you feel like you're in a good spot at the halfway point?
I think 160 should be a good score. Yeah, 160 should be a good score. And then with our bowling, I think I'm backing our bowling. Just stop that. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Well, best of luck out there. Back to you guys in the booth.
That's great, Paxton. Thank you so much. And we heard from Harmeet Singh, the captain of the Seattle Thunderbolts. They're looking and eyeing that 160 mark. Harmeet, I think, might be just a touch low, 160. I think you're going to want that 180, but scoreboard pressure does a lot of funny things in a final. We're here in the 11th over, and I am now joined by the one and only Peter Della Penna. Peter, you've been at and around the ground. It's a very hot day here in Morristown, North Carolina, reminiscent of yesterday, but it's a fiery final, just as you would hope for.
It's especially spicy when Harmeet Singh is involved.
We've consistently seen this use of the feet from Andries House and Ranjane to attack the spin of both the Ponzo and Nasser Hussain, who can tend to mix up that pace and do that very well.
Let's make them run here, boys.
Peter, you just get this sense of wondering if they just feel the track is going to turn a lot more just because of the way Harmeet was bowling yesterday.
The conversation was about no quick singles here, lads.
Well, use of the feet again, in the air again, and this time he's got all of it. Shubham Ranjane, he's got the biggest of the lot. That's a 6 straight back down the ground. We just talked about it, liking the footwork, and Shubham Ranjane this time picks the ball and picks it all the way up for 6.
Great use of the feet. Ranjane, not much turn from Aponso. All just sliding on really, and encourages him to use the feet. He doesn't feel like he's going to be beaten by turn. So you'll see that a lot more on a wicket like this, using the feet. And the third umpire is making a visit, I believe, because he hit that ball into the creek.
Well, that ball was absolutely blasted straight back down the ground. And you mentioned it, Emilio Ponzo, not a huge turner of the ball, and I think that's why, again, they've just elected to use their feet more often than not, just because they feel if they get to the pitch of the ball, they have no chance where the turn is going to affect them. They just feel they can swing through the line. And so if you're Emilio Ponzo, don't want to get predictable now. How does he back up? Just getting hit for 6? So this time goes and follows Ranjane again, expecting the use of the feet. You don't want to get carried away with this, though, if you're Shubham, because if you just premeditate your advancements down the track, Aponzo is just going to fire those Yorker length deliveries.
can see him quicken up his pace there, just darting it in, try and negate that footwork. And he's still able to get a single out of it. So 10 runs in the over, 75 for 2 after 11.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
How did a global retail pharmacy increase orders by 100%? How did a multinational bank build a #1 rated digital app? With people who help leading companies transform through technology. Engineer a better future. Discover how at ust.com.
Well, the Seattle Thunderbolts, they're just cruising along at the moment with 75 runs to their name. Their projected score of 136 is not going to cut it. You heard Harmeet Singh a little while ago say he wants to get to a score of 160 from here. Again, Peter, I would say 180 is what you're really looking for. Nasser Hussain has been able to slow things up.
Good running here to come back for the second, picking the gap. Well, 155 was enough yesterday. So maybe they're playing off that, beating the defending champions with 155 on the board. And stylistically, this Atlanta Fire team is very different. You've got the firepower of Stephen Taylor at the top, and the steadiness of Aaron Jones in the middle.
But also conditions a little bit different, Peter. We'll get to that after this. Again, as that's tucked into the leg side. Conditions a little bit different. Remember, yesterday they played the afternoon game at 1 o'clock before the floodlights ever came on. Today they'll play under the floodlights, and we've already seen what Aaron Jones was able to do yesterday. Obviously made the pages of DAFA News, but with that dew factor coming in, you just have to imagine it'd be very tough to defend a total below 160. And look at this, Shubham Ranjane. That one's got some Toyota miles on it. Excuse me, it's Andrea's house back down the ground. Just opened up the legs, opened up the arms, and got it all the way. 6 more.
Slowed down since the end of the power play. This is his first boundary since the power play. And how Andre's house almost takes off somebody's head. Get the hard hats out. This is a work zone. Andre's house is going to work.
He is definitely going to work, and he's building up quite an innings. Again, 42 from 36, and made a little bit of a pit stop at Sunoco in that slow period of his innings, but since then he's gone full rampage. And much to the delight of the Seattle dugout.
They've still got some firepower. After you could see Shadley Van Skalkvik padded up, and Rishi Bardwaj made that half century yesterday in a player of the match performance. So still plenty in reserve for them to try and get past that 160 mark.
Well, this time with on offer, and it's going to be cut. As there's that quick single taken, and as you mentioned, the depth is there. We're not sure about the state of Rishi Bardwaj because he did suffer a little bit of a toe injury yesterday. So don't know how much that's going to limit his action. Obviously, he's not going to want to miss out on a final, so he's in the 11. But you're just wondering, is that going to be something that just holds him up a bit as the 12th over comes to an end with that single? 86 for the loss of 2. Well, Peter Delapenna, you mentioned it, the batting. They have plenty of depth in there as well. You see Andrea's house still out there, 43 from 38. Shubham Ranjane starting to get things going, 19 from 20, but Rishi Bardwaj you still have out there, Shadley Van Skalkvik. So still plenty of bats, big hitters to come for the Seattle Thunderbolts. They also brought in Pradeep Kumar Modi in for today's 11. That was the one change that they made. With the ball in hand for the Atlanta Fire, they still have 2 overs from Cornet Dry. Just wondering when he's going to be brought on, presumably at the death. 2 overs, 8 runs and a wicket. Nasser Hussain has been good in his spell. 4 overs, 25 runs and a wicket. And Emil Aponso, 3 overs, 16 runs. No wickets to his name quite yet. Again, plenty of depth for the Fire as well. The likes of Stephen Taylor yet to bowl. Aaron Jones could come in with a couple overs of his leg spin. So plenty of bowling options for the Atlanta Fire. As Aponso looks to continue. And again, Aponzo, after getting hit for that 6 when Ranjane stepped down the track, he's gone much quicker, much flatter, and hasn't given the time to either batter.
We were talking about possibly seeing Aaron Jones as a slow bowling option. USA captain Mohank Patel is here. He's in the VIP tent. He's a lot more special than us, Aman. If he was in the commentary, if he was on the field, I know he'd be putting Aaron Jones on the bowl.
Well, Aaron Jones, standing fielding effort. Again, that's what you need in a final, and that's what you need from your captain. Leading from the front, we talk about it often with Harmeet Singh, with how flowery he is. Aaron Jones, a little bit more reserved in his nature, but still able to make an impact and lead from the front. As that single's taken, and Mila Aponzo, he's been good. Just the one single given up in the over, and he's done well to hold the Seattle Thunderbolts down after that initial power play surge.
Oh, Bole Mila, here's a gun, here's a gun. Bole Mila, Bole Mila, Bole Mila.
And Peter, this stage of the game, again, we're almost 13 overs gone, and still wickets in hand for the Thunderbolts, but the Fire still have options as you headed toward the backstage of this innings. What score do you think the Seattle Thunderbolts are going to be able to find a way to get to? Again, 160 was the call from the captain. Well, this one's aerial, it's sliced, it's going to fall short, and we'll get to that answer after this over. 13 overs gone, 89 for the loss of 2. Again, for the Atlanta Fire, plenty of options. Just wondering if we're going to get to see Athinder Subramanian again, who opened the bowling alongside Cornet Dry. We know Cornet will come back in the death. Will Everoy Dyer be given a second over after his initial over went for 17? And Mila Aponzo, his spell's over. Nasir Hussain, his spell's over. And those spin twins were really effective and did the job that the Fire were looking for.
Good partnership here. They just need to kick on, though. These two, it's good for 40 at the moment. And a good rebuild after that wicket fell on the 3rd ball. You can see Everoy Dyer having the most expensive over in the 5th, 17 runs. But Fire have done a decent job of holding the bag. And we're not going to see Aaron Jones, but we will see Stephen Taylor come into the attack now. He's got the ball in hand. You can see all the youngsters coming out again to Church Street Park. Great family community atmosphere here at this ground.
She's got the face paint on, and they're hanging out by the Toyota boards. There's young Matthew Ashaibar. Joe Hickey was in that shot. Dane Pete now on your screen. There's also Colin Archibald on his phone over there, enjoying all the action here, checking out the broadcast here from Church Street Park. And again, if you're in the area, come out and enjoy the action. It's a family affair, plenty of people all around. And if you can't be here to join us, we appreciate you checking out our live coverage. And Stephen Taylor now into the attack, as you mentioned. Picked up a wicket yesterday. And he's riding highs with the bat and with the ball. Maybe an underrated player, Peter.
He's very difficult to get away. His style of bowling is perfectly suited to this situation where you just need to dart it into flat. You're not looking for turn, but his high arm angle, it's very difficult to come down the track to him.
And right now, he's just been on the money, following footsteps of Nasir Hussain, where, again, just kept it where they couldn't really reach out and extend their arms. Didn't give them a length where they could just slog sweep. And very difficult to get away, Stephen Taylor. And I learned this fact from you, Peter. He's an all-rounder of the truest nature. Started his career as a wicketkeeper, then ended up, I think you also believed he's bowled right arm medium as well. And then now he's an off spinner with, of course, the left-hand bat. We all know his prowess there. Oh, how about this innovation here at Church Street Park? Is running through, fine leg. It's just going to be a couple of runs out into the deep, but Ranjani, he's not going to sit back and let Taylor bowl his overs. He's going to find ways to score that one. A little bit of innovation.
Well, it's clever from Ranjani because if you've got a spinner who's bowling with a lot of pace, just use the pace. Don't try and hit back down the ground. Use the pace. Use that scoop. Use that paddle sweep. Just play it behind square. Play it behind the keeper. And that's just what Ranjani does there. Is paddling it for 2 runs.
This one pushed back down the ground by Shubham Ranjani. And again, this is going to be a matchup here for the Seattle Thunderbolts. They don't want to lose wickets at this point, but you also talk about Shadley Van Skalkwyk sitting there in the dugout. Rishi Bhardwaj still there in the dugout. When does the gear change for these 2 bats down the middle? And you have to imagine it's going to come soon as we head towards those last 5 overs. End of the 14th over, 95 for the loss of 2. For the Seattle Thunderbolts, they're putting on a good platform here. Again, Housey's nearing that half century of his, and Shubham Ranjani 25 from 29. And you still have Shadley Van Skalkwyk sitting in the dugout alongside Rishi Bhardwaj. That's going to be the keys. When does the gear change for these 2 men in the middle?
Here's the other option you mentioned before. The captain is bringing himself on, Aaron Jones, with his part-time leg spin, number 85, captain for the Fire. Now, we saw the Fire score 77 off the final 5 overs yesterday. So at this stage, if they go even 10 and over, it's probably not going to be enough. They have to start putting their foot in the accelerator here. If you're going to try and target an option, a part-time option, this is the one to do it. Aaron Jones can try and attack him. This is where you're going to get your 1 or 2 boundary balls and over.
It's always dangerous to bring on a spinner towards the later stages of the match, but again, Aaron Jones, a lot of experience. The vice captain for the USA and holds his leg spin internationally, and we trust his abilities here.
He's also somebody who got absolutely destroyed by Sikandar Raza at the T20 World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe back in July. So if you bring him on at this stage of the match, you're taking an awfully big risk.
Well, this one nearly got through and almost crashed on himself. Found an inside edge, just kept it away for Shubham Ranjani. And this one again, the inner half of the bat, causing problems is Aaron Jones. Again, just the part-timer. Sometimes these part-timers difficult to put away because you haven't seen a lot of them. And if you're able to hit the right areas on this natural turf wicket, we know Aaron Jones has the ability to turn the ball, just can create a lot of problems.
Well, there's no middle ground for him. He's either very good or he can get some very harsh punishment. He's doing the former at the moment.
Look for the big one, Shubham Ranjani. And ever lively Jamar Hamilton behind the stumps, always going to ask the question, always going to plead.
Yeah,
and
did you?
very animated, and I think he's asking a couple of people, did you hear the noise too?
It's perfectly safe. A lot of excitement for not much there, Aman.
He didn't even look at the leg umpire. I think he was appealing for maybe a caught behind, Peter, because he kept his eyes straight forward.
Well, that's what I thought initially, but then I think he may have distracted the standing umpire by taking the bails off. Here's the replay. Just skids right under.
I don't think there's anything either way, but I think that's what he's asking for at the moment. Again, ever lively behind the stumps. This time the sweep connects. He's got all of it, and this is the danger of bowling spin in the last couple of overs. That one thumps onto the light pole, and another 6 for Ranjani.
Well, this is exactly what we saw Sikandar Raza do in that T20 World Cup qualifier match down in Bulawayo. Aaron Jones is somebody that players feel confident taking on at this stage. You can see Ranjani just backing himself to hit against the turn, but he connects well enough to clear the ropes and then some.
This time pulled away. The call is for 2. It is in the gap. And good work along the boundary. Going to keep it to just 2 15 overs gone, 106 for the loss of 2.
Tell me type of report.
Of course.
You are the best.
Oh, all this says is Q4 report.
Hey, Trevor, how's that report coming?
It's going great. Working on it right now.
But can it get much better than this? Fantastic scenery, fantastic crowding as well at Church Street Park for what is a historic grand finale of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. And who better to have alongside me than the man who commands these lands, the Morrisville Raptors captain, Dane Pete. Good day to you, Dane.
Good day, Nikhil. I think I'm more excited than you are, and that's a hard task to beat. Impossible? Impossible is nothing, Nikhil. It's a slogan from a famous brand. But we are here to enjoy an unbelievable setting and an unbelievable cricket match. You got up after your 5-over pocket, and what do you tell me? We got a game, boys, we got a game. And yes, we do have a game. Stephen Taylor, better known to his friends as Bob, into the attack again. Wily character with a ball in hand.
Goes big, there is long off in place. Everett Dyer takes a fantastic catch in front of us. Leaping in midair, holding on and taking the huge wicket of Andreas Gauss. What a start to the over for Stephen Taylor.
As cool as ever. Jamaican swag, Stephen Taylor just strutting down to a fellow Jamaican in Everett Dyer, taking a good catch on the boundary, leaping in the air, composed as ever. Good piece of bowling by Stephen Taylor. As you see, this great execution in the catch, keeping his composure, snapping it up, smile on his face. Andries Gauss leaves for a very well played 48, and the Seattle Thunderbolts now 106 for 2.
Well, you felt something had to give. It's the wicket of Gauss. He had to get a move on. With the run rate only around 7, they still have 8 wickets in hand. But Aaron Jones, this decision, 16 overs on the trot of spin. We haven't seen any seam on the ball since the 5th. What do you make of that as a spinner yourself, Dane Pete?
Yeah, I love to see it. And like we do know, they've got an array of spin bowling options in this lineup. Aaron Jones himself bowling an over. Before that, Stephen Taylor, Mila Ponzo. Got so many options where they can go on to. The likes of Everett Dyer, Cornet Dry, not used. But again, that's international experience, knowing that the pitch is playing on the slower side as the sun bakes down on. And hopefully, they're hoping for it to speed up as the game goes on, with the dew factor coming in, as they say in America, in the fall season. So yes, it's going to be an interesting passage of play, this, Nikhil.
Down on one knee, a man that knows the Atlanta Fire extremely well, Rishi Badraj. New to the crease, he's got to get a move on as well. He was very pivotal in them getting to that 155 yesterday. He came in, the score, they were 5 wickets down. He helped his team get 47 from the last 5 overs. He's very important to this team's batting performance. And what an improved season he's having with his 3rd 50 yesterday. Ranjani, though, has got to start. How does he play this situation now? Just a run about 35 for Shubham Ranjani.
Yeah, like I said earlier when I was on air with Haman, just knocked the sweepers nice and hard. He's got 4.5 overs left, Nikhil, so it's a difficult situation. You don't want to go too early, getting it 2 new batters at the crease. You maybe want to knock the ball around for a bit.
Goes big. Wow, is he connected with that? Huge from Rishi Badraj. New to the crease. Let's get on with it, he says.
Let's get on with it, Nikhil. You spot on. Didn't want to waste any time, knowing that they need to push to get to the 160 mark, but he's hit that quite beautifully, as you'll see over the deep mid wicket, as we call it, cow corner, and hit it into the fans, glittered with TCL cricketers. What a shot that was.
Goes again, but instead, Stephen Taylor strikes and has the last laugh He's got his former teammate, Badraj, looking to go across the line. It's the second wicket in the over.
Second wicket indeed. Good piece of bowling. Not scared to toss the ball up that time, Stephen Taylor. Good piece of bowling outside the eye line. But I love the intent that Rishi Bharadwaj came in. As you'll see here, international Stephen Taylor not scared to throw the ball up in the air. Slightly wider this time, chopping it on. And like you said, Nikhil, getting the last laugh. As composed ever is Bob Taylor. Great wicket that for the Atlanta Fire.
He's such a character, Stephen Taylor. Badraj just the one strike. He's gone for 7. The score now 114 for 4. You'll be disappointed with that after his 68 yesterday. It brings your good friend Shadley van Schalkwyk from South Africa to the middle. And, well, he'll be looking to get a move on. Did get a start, was part of a big partnership yesterday for the Seattle Thunderbolts. 68-run partnership between Badraj and van Schalkwyk. One of those members helped this team get up to that 155 total. You think, though, it's going to be a mountain to climb if they're to get there today.
Yes, indeed. As you look at Shadley van Schalkwyk's minor league stats, good player, good all-rounder. They would want a 35-15 type innings that he is capable of playing. Yes, he didn't hit the ball pretty well yesterday, but this is a man that's perfect for the situation.
Looking for get off the mark straight away, and he does. So a fantastic over for the Atlanta Fire, getting 2 wickets even after conceding the 6. Stephen Taylor 115 for 4. A look at the wicket in the last over. Stephen Taylor, it was a very similar delivery to the one he bowled previously, where he was hit for 6, and that's the celebration that tells it all. 2 for 7 yesterday, now 2 for 15 today. Match winner for your international players is what you expect from them.
That's what you want, Nikhil, and standing up at the right time is Stephen Taylor. Yes, there was a bit of a chop on. Rishi Bharadwaj looked a bit bemused after that dismissal. As you can see, Andries Gous with a valuable 48 to 44. Got out at the wrong time, in my opinion. Harmeet Singh batting at almost 200% strike rate. Also got a tough one with the ball that kept slightly low. But Shubham Ranjane is playing a valuable innings, trying to bat through the innings for the Thunderbolts. Looks like a bowling change. I just look out here from the commentary booth. Corne Dry back into the attack. Took a bit of tap yesterday, but looking to pull back for the Atlanta Fire. Bowled 2 overs, 1 for 8. Everroy Dyer 1 over. They've got loads of options going to the back end of the innings, Nikhil.
Yeah, 7 options used for the Atlanta Fire. Corner Dry back into the attack. Definitely much more accurate, much more consistent today. Bowling with this angle, looking to push the ball across. Left-handed Van Schalkwyk. We had an interview with these 2 earlier, Corner Dry and Van Schalkwyk, 2 former teammates at Free State. How much will he enjoy this opportunity bowling to his countrymen?
Yeah, he would definitely love this. 2 good friends is Corne Dry and Shadley van Schalkwyk. Completely opposite personalities. That man in screen's really intense. Gets into the zone. Typical South African fast bowler, Shadley van Schalkwyk. As calm as ever. Chilled out, relaxed kind of character. It's going to be a challenge for both. In my opinion, they know each other pretty well, like you said, Nikhil. How was the interview, by the way?
Oh, fantastic. 2 fun guys, full of banter, full of laughs. Want to discuss Corne Dry and his improvement today. Late last night, I saw him after that game. He was spot bowling with the substitute wicketkeeper. It tells you about the hunger after it's been an up and down season. You would have seen him playing for the Raptors this year, Dane. 30 wickets in 2021, but he's struggled at times this year. When you look at it, it's just 16 wickets. His average has increased as well. It was in the 14s last year. This year has gone up to 20. How does he improve and sort of forget that in a very pivotal 2 overs now?
Yes, like I said, he's an intense character. He does try very hard at times, but I know what he did last night. He wanted to stand up in the big occasions. And this right here is a huge occasion for Corne Dry. And you had a baby girl, I think a couple of weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, a week or 2 ago. So there's obviously a lot that's playing on his mind throughout the season. Yes, there are distractions that come in life, but He's focused on putting a huge performance in here for the Atlanta Fire. Yes, he was the MVP of the Southern Conference last year, so that's the type of performance they're looking for right now.
Very full. Looking for two, but it'll just be a single. You think Ranjane will want to take the game as deep as possible. An innings similar we saw from Aaron Jones yesterday where he batted through. This is the last over. Stephen Taylor getting two big strikes. First, the one of Andreas Gauss, who we know is so dangerous, and then after being struck for a 6, getting the wicket of Rishi Badaraj. You can see the disappointment from Shubham Ranjane as well.
Yes, he was just looking for another partnership to develop as we go into the back end of the innings, and unfortunately it wasn't quite there. But here we are, dry van Schalkwijk.
Yeah, that angle. It's all about that angle outside the off stump. As a bowler, as a captain, you look at this angle. He's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, pushing the ball across. He's got deep third. He's got a deep point, so a cover point on the boundary. And, of course, that long off fielder. The right tactic for you?
I don't know, to be honest. I think that he's trying to bowl back of a length, hard, like you said. But I think he just got his line slightly wrong. I think he's trying to go into the hip, but there is a field change, Nikhil. So I think he's going to go slightly fuller now with the cow corner dropping back, long on, deep square back.
Yeah, just watching him, it seems to have released some of the pressure on that gas pedal provided by Sunoco, of course, DNP. He looks to have lessened the pace today and tried to focus a bit more on the accuracy. And judging from his first over, where he was getting some lateral movement with that hard new ball, he's looked like a completely different bowler.
Yeah, I know. I spoke to Liam Plunkett. He reached out to Liam Plunkett during the game, did Cornet dry, and I had a conversation with Liam off-air, and he said that Cornet felt that he was rushing to the crease a little bit too much, and that's why he slowed everything down. Just composure, hasn't played on turf in a while, so this is what Cornet Dry worked on late last night.
Cuts and just through Rishi Pandey at point. Would be disappointed. Could have been another dot delivery, but it's another fantastic over from Cornet Dry, where he just concedes 5 runs at a very pivotal time for his team. This is what we're used to from this man, 120 for 4. Aaron Jones going to have to think about his options. He does have some overs from Stephen Taylor, the off-spinner. Then you look at this surface. It's the one where they won the toss, opted to bat first. 16 overs of spin being used by Aaron Jones. Now, this surface has been one that has been on the two-pace side, especially before that dew factor comes in. You know it better than anyone else. What is it about the spinners, as yourself as an off-spinner who's played a lot of games here, why are you able to get that bit of extra purchase at Church Street Park?
The nature of the top surface is on the slightly drier side. So if you bowl the ball into the pitch, it does get a little bit of spin. But in the shortened format of the game, we look for stop, Nikhil. So if the ball stops a little bit, you get the batsman to play a rash shot, like Stephen Taylor has got from Rishi Badaraj and Andries Gauss. But the way that Aaron Jones has shuffled or reshuffled these bowlers has been exceptionally good. It shows a man that's got a lot of experience. Man on screen has a lot of composure with ball in hand. He's played a lot of cricket, so he understands what he needs to do. What Stephen Taylor does well is he bowls balls in areas that he backs himself to get guys out in. He doesn't quite change the way that he bowls.
Yeah, very quick. They want to, and they should get it quite easily. He's much quicker through the air than maybe a traditional off-spinner. You look at Nasser Hossain, but he's just so simple in his planning. It's what really good players do well. Keep things very simple, doesn't try too much. And you look at those 4 overs between overs 6 and 10. The Fire only conceded 16 runs because of the likes of Aponzo and Hossain. So the spinners have worked well in tandem today. Innovation doesn't quite get the execution though, just short of Rishi Pandey.
Interesting choice of shot that by Ranjane. The pitch is stopping, so it's important that he looks to hit down the ground instead of trying to deflect the ball because there's no pace to work with. He's played a good innings. He doesn't want to give it away like this. Ranjani doesn't want to, just deflected that into his helmet.
Oh, Dan Pete, that is not nice. That's got to hurt.
Seemed okay, I think. But yes, it's not nice.
Pulled into the onside. There is in the gap. Corner Dry's got a good arm. They're challenging it. Comes back for two. Interesting. Good running, though, from these two. It's what Shadi Van Schalkwyk and Badraj did well yesterday in that 68-run partnership.
That's great game awareness, Nikhil. That's where the Toyota Minor League 2022 is loads of improvement with that is. Understanding he's not hit the ball well, but Ranjani's made the call really early by saying 2-2-2, hitting the ball into one of the big pockets here at Church Street Park and getting the two. So that's important for going into the last 14 deliveries of this. They've got to try and maximize every situation that they have right now.
2 deliveries left in this over. If Stephen Taylor can get out of this over without conceding a boundary, they'll be very happy with it. The Atlanta Fire, as they look to continue to put pressure on. Par score here, teams batting first, 146. It's improved after yesterday's 210 put on by the Fire. But also, Dane, when you look at the trends of this venue, the disparity has gotten a lot smaller. 17 times teams won batting second, and 16 of them won by teams batting first. That's not big at all.
Yes, indeed. And also being a championship game, Nikhil, it takes everything out of the equation. Regular season done, playoffs done. We're in the championship game. Anything can happen.
Hits it well. It's very straight, and Everett Dyer has no chance. Shadley Van Schalkwyk showing the pressure, showing the power correction from those shoulders. And it spoils what was a fantastic over from Taylor.
Yeah, great shot. The back of a length, trying to close the over out, did Stephen Taylor. But Shadley Van Schalkwyk was really aware and understanding what he wanted to do, smashing it into the Toyota sign just on the other side of the boundary. But a great end to the 18th over for the Seattle Thunderbolts. They've snailed themselves to 130 for 4 with 12 balls left. So as a captain, Harmeet Singh will probably be asking, guys, we've got to run our twos, which means you double every run, which means you can get 24 runs in 12 balls, Nikhil. That takes them to 154, which they got yesterday. No, I beg your pardon, got 155 yesterday, Nikhil. So that, for me, is a challenging total in a championship match.
Well, remember yesterday they were 115 for 4 after 15 overs. Today, a slightly similar position. 115 for 4 came after 16, so on the slower side. Tons of options for Aaron Jones to go to. He does have one over from Cornet Dry. You think Atinja Subramaniam, Stephen Taylor, maybe close out the innings, one of them. But it's going to be Dry back into the attack. He's been the standout. He's been the pick of the bowlers today so far. Has been excellent. Can he get a few more wickets for his team, close out this innings? Excellent start. At this stage of the innings, what are you thinking as a seamer, especially Cornet Dry, when you look at the way he's bowled today, Dane Pete, one that he'll be very proud of. This is his last over, and you look at his accuracy with that angle, pushing the ball across the left-hander.
Yeah, for sure, that's what he's trying to do. But then he made that field change we spoke about and then took the pace off the ball. So he looks a lot clearer with his game plan, which for me always shows an improvement from a professional cricketer. If you're showing improvement, trying to get better, it's always, always good. It's a clear mind that you need. Yes, it's a championship game. You don't have to try and overthink what you need to do. And yes.
Very crafty over fine leg. Good awareness from Van Schalkwyk, knowing fine leg up in the circle, making full use of the field.
The game's evolved to this, Nikhil. Shuffling inside, pace was taken off the ball, but using his wrists, flicking the ball over the former Bangladesh international cricketer Hussain, trickling over the boundary for a valuable boundary. Nikhil getting a boundary early on in an over makes things easier as you're trying to get to that 155 target that I think would be a challenging total. That man on screen is an important part of this going into the back end of the Thunderbolts innings.
Van Schalkwyk would have enjoyed that against his former teammate. 2 good friends off the field. Full this time, he slapped it back over his head, and he will get 4 more. This is good ball striking, clean hitting from Charlie van Schalkwyk. A very good inning so far.
Great piece of batsmanship this by van Schalkwyk, knowing that Cornet Rai might go for the Yorker. The best thing about this, he's keeping himself composed, he's keeping himself clear, and knowing that if the ball comes in his zone, he just needs to back it. As he struck that ball, he said, it's going, it's going. So he's confident in how he struck that ball. Yet a very, very good boundary for the Thunderbolts and Charlie van Schalkwyk.
Much better from Cornet Rai. I think you want to be there at this stage of the game. We've seen the wide York. That tall trajectory, maybe use that Yorker a bit more. I think he can do it. He has a slower ball as well, which we've seen in this over.
You a man that can definitely speak about height, Nikhil. You're like 6'6", or what are you? Nikhil, you could play quarterback for...
I wish I was 6'6", DNP.
But yes, it's a valuable point. The trajectory is important. Rakeem Cornwall always speak about his trajectory where the ball comes down. You think it's actually quite short than it actually is, and it just skids onto you. Shot.
My
shot.
Oh my, Shubham Ranjani. That is a shot which deserves immense credit against the faster Cornet Rai, using the pace. And he brings up his 50 as well with that maximum.
Great shot, tapping his back. That will definitely be on the front page of the Dolphin News. A fantastic shot, knowing that Cornet Rai is trying to close out, going into a Yorker, getting into position to play the lap. And boom, that looked like out of the middle of the bat, Nikhil. Fantastic shot. Just what the Thunderbolts need, and just what the neutral needs, Nikhil, to make this a cricket match, like you said in the 6th over.
Well, yesterday it was Rishi Badraj who stepped up for his team. Today is Shubham Ranjani, the unsung hero with a half-century and a decent strike rate as well. You think about the 57-run partnership he put on with Andreas Gauss to build this platform for them now to accelerate in these final 2 overs. Tries to go again, but he misses out this time. But a very expensive over for Dry in the fire. Spoils what was going to be a very good spell. 1 for 29 in his 4, 146 for 4 with 1 over remaining. The fantastic facilities here at Church Street Park. See those towers getting taller for the Seattle Thunderbolts. They had a good start in the power play. They were 27 after the first 4 overs, 44 after the first 5. But the fire struck back. But now you think power score 146. They still have 6 legal deliveries remaining. And it's going to be the off spin of Stephen Taylor. Packed house in. You've got to love the atmosphere, the aura at this venue.
Yes, it's amazing to see all the different cultures watching a cricket match here in the United States of America, in the beautiful Morrisville, North Carolina. Always good. Brave call this by Aaron Jones as we get back to the cricket. Ending off with Stephen Taylor. To see the young men from the TCL, the Triangle Cricket League youth. Coach them in the week. I do, Nikhil. Loads of talent in this region.
Saw a lot of those youngsters in today's MLC clinic with the likes of Liam Plunkett and others. Former international players. So great to see the MLC putting on initiatives like that. Speaking of initiatives, there's only one for Stephen Taylor. It's to take wickets and contain at this stage.
And there's one initiative from Charlie van Schalkwyk to aim straight and hit 6.
I think he may have got some bat on it, but it went through the gloves of Jamar Hamilton. You have to see that on the replay. Wonder, did he just get bat? It's never easy when a batter's going so hard at the ball for a keeper that close to take that catch.
And also the quality of Jamar Hamilton. Great wicket keeper. Always difficult to take those. Seen that happen a few times in my career, Nikhil. But it just looked like it brushed his thigh.
Then a bold move from Taylor to go full, flighted delivery.
Yes.
Thought more of those deliveries would have been a lot flatter. He would have forced them to hit square, but he went full, enticed van Schalkwyk.
He's looking for wickets. Dot ball, wickets, doesn't matter. That's what he's after.
This is a move that Steve Dane Pete will be very proud of as an off-spinner himself. Aaron Jones backing his experience with Stephen Taylor, the man that's played at the international level for the USA. Bowling the last over. It's been a very good spell from him. But at this stage now, 4 deliveries to go. What is your plan to the left-handed van Schalkwyk, spinning the ball away?
Probably just to bowl the ball, try to hit the ball to the top of the stumps, I beg your pardon. Just like that. Firing it in. This fantastic, fantastic first half of the over, this Nikhil. He's bowled it perfectly. The best thing that I like about his bowling is not trying to leave the stumps. So if you don't leave the stumps, you're well in control of what you're doing. He's got a smile in his face, Nikhil, which means he is well in control of what he's doing. He's not flustered. He's trying to execute. This is what Aaron Jones would have loved to see.
Goes short though. He has connected, but Amila Ponzo waits for it at deep backward square. And he takes the catch. Icing on the cake for Stephen Taylor. It's been a superb performance from the international.
Not flustered at all. Ranjane would have been slightly disappointed with that. Dropped it slightly short. And he's hit that to the safe hands of former Sri Lankan international Amila Ponzo. As you see there, not getting all of it. Big boundaries here, square, Church Street Park. Safe hands of Amila Ponzo, completing the third wicket of Stephen Taylor. But an unbelievable innings, just what the Thunderbolts required. Ranjane leaves for a well-played 51 or 45 deliveries with three maximums, and the Thunderbolts now 149 for 5.
Hey, you got the area? You got the area?
Yesterday it was the Thunderbolts who got 47 from the last 5. We know that the standard T20 run rate in the last 5 overs is generally around that 10 run per over mark. Van Schalkwyk, sheer power, brute force, enough. But it's Moody at the other end who's showing that he can join in on the fun as well. First delivery, 6.
Shadley Van Schalkwyk, Nikhil, it was him on strike, showing his composure. He's taken himself from 20 to 25 of 13, just what Harmeet Singh and the Thunderbolts wanted. Stephen Taylor trying to get it on the stumps, but that's a great shot. There's a lot of confidence now with the Thunderbolts getting to the 155 mark. If you can defend it yesterday, why can't we do it today?
Get it in, get it in.
They're coming back for 2. They have to with the final delivery. He's going to be run out. He is.
No.
I don't think he may have just got it home in time, but it's going to be a close to the innings. We'll have to have a look at that. Every run so critical at this stage of the innings. But if they do get back for 2, we think it's going to be 157 for 5. Have a look at it. It's Hamilton taking the catch, and yeah, he brought the stumps too early. So it means that they do get back for 2, and they bettered their score from yesterday where they beat the Silicon Valley Strikers by 2 runs. They posted 157, which can be a tricky score on a surface where the power score is maybe around that 145 mark.
Yes, for sure, and only the dews going to come in slightly later. But yes, they're going to have another look as one of the bails was still on the wickets, Nikhil. They're just going to have another look, as you can see, just flicking one of the bails off. And then there's one bail on, but Shadley Van Schalkwyk, that South African speed getting back in and safe. So it's going to be 158 to win, Nikhil. Like you said earlier, I'll keep saying it, we got a cricket match. That's what we need.
Yeah, it will be interesting. The Seattle Thunderbolts are a team that we know very capable of using their bowlers to put pressure early. Not out signal coming from third umpire Vijay Mallela, but it means that the Seattle Thunderbolts are able to post 157 for 5 in their 20 overs, winning the toss, of course, batting first. And they will be happy to have runs on the board, something for their bowlers to bowl at. We have seen them be very aggressive in the power play, but a 50 from Shubham Ranjane being the standout. Andreas Kaus again, 48. They have not lost the game when he's gotten to 50, too short of that today. And a really good cameo at the end from Shadley Van Schalkwyk, 27 from 14.
Yes, indeed, 27 from 14, just what you need. Close to 200% strike rate. Didn't waste any balls, did Van Schalkwyk. Good clean hitting to the back end. But brave calls this by Stephen Taylor as the bowling card will show us. Corner drive starting off beautifully, catching a bit of tap at the back end, but we'll be happy with the spell. 4 overs, 1 for 29. But the standout man, yes, he went for 36 runs, but he got 3 wickets. Brave call by Aaron Jones, keeping Stephen Taylor for 3 wickets. Amila Ponzo, as good as ever, 4 overs, none for 19. And Hussain, the former international, 1 for 25.
Well, let's go down to our friend Paxton Alrod. Paxton, who have you got for us?
I actually have Andries from Seattle Thunderbolts down here with me. Incredible batting performance by you. How do you feel about your team's position at the halfway point?
Yeah, thank you. I think we did quite well. We were a bit slow in the middle, but we caught up quite nicely at the end. And so, yeah, pretty happy.
So yesterday, Atlanta Fire put up a huge score in the conference final match. How do you and your team plan on keeping their batting at bay and pulling out a victory?
Yeah, I think the wicket is playing a little bit slower than last night, and also I do believe we've got a best bowling attack in the country. So we'll see if we bowl well. It's going to be difficult for them to do what they did last night. So let's just hope and see.
Perfect. I love the confidence. Best of luck out there. Back to you guys up there in the booth.
Best bowling attack in the country, he says. Bold moves and bold words coming from Andres Kaus. He's been superb this season, and he has put runs on the board for his team to defend. And it does mean that the Atlanta Fire, if they want to be first-time winners of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, they're going to need 158 from the 20 overs at just under 8 runs per over. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll have a look at some highlights as well as a look at the second innings for the Atlanta Fire. They'll need 158. We'll see you soon.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco. You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
A day infused with possibility in this final of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. It's the Atlanta Fire taking on the Seattle Thunderbolts, and they will need 158 if they want to be first-time winners of the minor league. Needing 158 after a bit of fireworks from Shadi Van Scave late on, a good partnership with Shubham Ranjane, who got 50, and Andrew Scouse also chipping in with his 48. Mr. Consistent as he's been this season. The Fire, well, the bowlers were good, especially Cornedra and Stephen Taylor, the two pick up the bowlers, 4 wickets between them. A wicket apiece for Nasser Hussain and, well, just him, rounding out the 5 taken by the Fire, but they did contain really well. A good start to the innings, though, where they were able to get the wicket of Ryan Khan Pathan. After he got set up, Pathan with a good short ball ploy. Atinja Subramaniam took a while to find his rhythm, but once he did find it, he did cause some problems for Andreas Gauss. When he did bowl with width, though, it was just too easy. And Harmeet Singh was the wicket that they wanted to get, and they needed to get. The two are very destructive at the crease. Gauss played some good strokes, and they took 17 runs off of the Everett Dyer over inside the power play. Harmeet Singh with an excellent drive over the top, then got some luck. 4 boundaries hit in this over, and he really showed his 360-degree ability. Nasser Hussain, with all of his international experience, came into the attack, and straight away he was able to strike with one that just kept a bit low. He does have that ability. It just stayed in the pitch, and this was the phase, even after some big strikes from Ranjane, where the Fire got back into the game. Because between overs 6 and 10, they only conceded 16 runs. Everett Dyer took a fantastic catch on the boundary to dismiss Andreas Gauss. But the last 5 overs produced 51 runs. It was a good finish. Rashid Badraj, the hero from yesterday, was able to play 1 shot for 6 and then was dismissed. And the Van Schalkwyk, though, 27 from 14 deliveries. Definitely a very dangerous player at the back end of the innings, and he showed why he's one of the most trusted all-rounders in the country. Ranjane batted extremely well to play a few shots behind square that went into the boundary and over the rope to bring up his half-century. The man stepping up in a big way, and then in the final over, Stephen Taylor being trusted with it. A good catch by Emilio Ponzo to reward the international from the USA. Van Schalkwyk ending with a maximum. And it means that they need 158 from the 20 overs, just under 8 runs per over. We are ready to get underway in this second innings. Stephen Taylor from the USA. Man with so much experience. 29 one internationals, over 23 T20 internationals, averages over 35 with a strike rate of 140 in international cricket at this format. And Shadi Van Schalkwyk with the new ball in hand. He will be looking to make a difference today with that new ball. He's trusted inside the power play. 40 wickets over the 2 seasons. Starts on the money. Peter Della Penna alongside me. Great to have 2 high-quality players batting it out, Van Schalkwyk, Taylor, but how do you feel about that 157 on the board?
Well, 155 was enough yesterday for the Thunderbolts, but when you got Stephen Taylor out there in the power play, and especially the way Zain Syed partnered with him, I just feel like they might be slightly under par. But if they can limit the damage here and get one, if not both of these guys out in the first 3 or 4 overs, I think the Thunderbolts might be favorites.
Very straight. Timing. Exquisite timing from Taylor. 2 full. A man that loves playing cricket at Church Street Park.
Well, this is the scene of one of his most famous innings, that unbeaten 96 against Canada back in 2018, where he had 22 off the final over. So he's right at home here on this Church Street Park wicket, and he shows it again right there with that very firm straight drive.
Peter Della Penna, I'm sure you were here in 2018 for that sub-regional qualifier where Stephen Taylor lit the world on fire. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Stand and deliver stuff from Stephen Taylor. Thank you for coming, Shadi Van Schalkwyk. First 2 full, now 2 short.
Well, if you pick out a shot from Stephen Taylor's repertoire, if you wanted to make a book about Stephen Taylor, what would be the cover photo? It'd be this shot right here. This is his bread and butter. That short and wide delivery that just sits up, and that's his favorite shot. Just crunching that cut through cover point. He's scored the bulk of his runs in international cricket with that shot right there.
Glorious, to say the least, from the man who has so much experience at the highest level. A good time of the cricket ball is the lateness that he plays. And it brings Zain Saeed on strike, the vice captain for the Fire, who got 30 yesterday and a start. We'll be looking to cash in 30 from 15 deliveries. Also timed the ball well. And it was all about that power play that got them off and running for that 200 total they scored. Gets off the mark straight away. So far, an expensive start for Van Schalkwyk. Peter De La Penna, you have to put these shots, forget everything else, put them on Daphnews right now.
Well, a lot earlier in his career, Stephen Taylor was somebody who just used pure muscle, would free his arms, but now, in the second half of his career, he's much more of a timing player. You see the timing, really no flourish in either one of those shots, but just times the daylights out of both of them, and they sizzle to the rope.
Goes short again, and Taylor latches onto it, but there is that deep mid-wicket fielder out in the deep. End of the first over, a very good one for the Atlanta Fire, a dangerous team in the power play phase. 11 for none. Very strong batting lane at Peter De La Penna. Who is your player to watch if they have to win this game, the Fire?
This guy out there in the middle right now, Nikhil, Stephen Taylor. This is his venue. Church Street Park. He's off to a good start. And you feel like he might be turning back the clock in this knock right here to 2018. Giving a good reminder of what he's capable of, whether it's in a USA uniform or out there in an Atlanta Fire jersey.
Captain Aaron Jones, Coach Wilden Cornwall will be planning, strategic with their strategy. They know exactly what they need to chase. They have experience needed when you're chasing in a big final. Where were you in 2018 when this man on screen averaged 63 and struck at 191 in the series, the sub-regional qualifiers? Bodogam into the attack. Short. You cannot bowl short to Stephen Taylor. He's so commanding. He's so authoritative at the start of the innings.
Here we go again. Just rocks onto the back foot. Brian Lara is his idol. He imagines himself as a 6'2" Brian Lara. That's one of the Brian Lara trademark shots. Just rocking onto the back foot to the spinners and just crunching it through the covers.
This time, man at mid-wicket takes it. Does he? Yes, he does. They're going to have to take a look at it. The celebrations are on. Taylor's in shock. They're all running. You wonder, though, did he collect it on the full? That will be the key thing to watch. We do have the luxury of the television replay for the third umpire. But Akhilesh Bodogam, we think, has got his man.
Oh, it's Jagru Brena, who's the fielder out there, and he misjudged this terribly. Should have been a straightforward catch. But he really got himself into a tangle by how poorly he judged this coming off the bat. He should have been able to just come in 5 steps and take it at waist height. He really had a hard time picking this up in the trees. With the sun setting on that side, and you can see him just trying to come forward very late at the last moment. Did he get his hands underneath this? It's going to be very hard to tell from that angle. It's going to be impossible to tell from that angle. And if the soft signal is out on the field, then the decision is probably going to stand. We had a really good angle, Nikhil. I thought he did get his hands underneath it. He made it look uglier than it had to be. And Stephen Taylor is resigned to walking off the field. Stephen Taylor is almost at the boundary. I think he knows it carried.
Well, it's a huge wicket for the Seattle Thunderbolts and a team that is very good inside the power play overs. And continuing with that, Akhilesh Bodogam, after being struck for a boundary, foot well behind the line, fair delivery, so it means success for the Thunderbolts. This team, you have to keep them in the reckoning regardless of how many runs they have on the board because of the prowess inside this phase of the game.
And this is one of the problems with Taylor historically. When he gets out in the power play, it's almost always to one of the two men on the boundary. He plays some of these ego shots when you've got so many gaps on the boundary, and it will stand is out for Taylor, so he's going to go for 14, and the score is 15 for 1 in the second over.
It means that the captain, Aaron Jones, who literally can do no wrong, an average of over 50 in this tournament. Boy, has he been on fire, averaging 66, I beg your pardon, with a strike rate of 157 just yesterday. A man of the match performance in the semi-final of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Akhilesh Bodogam, though, Peter Darapana would have known Stephen Taylor so well. The two played for the Atlanta Fire last season. They've trusted him this season as a power play specialist. He bowls 2 overs inside the power play, and he's taken 23 wickets at a good economy, just over 7.
I don't think he meant to take a wicket with this ball, though, Nikhil. It's a half tracker. Let's call it what it is. It was a poor delivery, but it's one of these ego shots that Stephen Taylor plays. When you've only got 2 men out on the boundary in the power play, why are you trying to clear one of them at deep mid-wicket? Just keep that on the ground, or just get it square to deep square leg.
Aaron Jones comes to the middle, and he will be very important. He's a very smart player, and he will look to bat through this power play and let Zain Saeed do the bulk of the attacking. He's going to scalp through with a quick single. He does do this, tends to do this pretty often, even in international cricket. Peter De La Pena, he likes to run. Some people call him a run-out candidate. The wicket, though, the reason why he's here is because Stephen Taylor, after nailing 4 boundaries.
And again, you've got a man out there on the rope, and these square boundaries are very difficult to clear. It's a lot easier to clear straight down the ground here at Church Street Park. If you're trying to clear deep mid-wicket with a boundary rider out there in the power play, when there's only 2 boundary riders out there, that's just an ego shot.
You say he didn't mean to do it, but I think Bodogam may have set him up. Knew that he would have want to take on that mid-wicket fielder. I mean, he just has to go maybe a foot to the left or right, but instead he fell in the lap of Shubham Ranjane at that boundary. Inside edge, some signs of this surface. We do see some of those deliveries stopping. We saw it from the off-spin of Nasser Hussain. Was getting some of those deliveries to just stick in the wicket. Got over so far. 5 on a wicket from Bodogam. Has to close out well. Much better and much improved from where he started. Just 5 from the over on a wicket. 16 for 1. A look at the surface here at Church Street Park. When you look at it, 17 matches won by teams chasing, 16 won by teams batting first. A very good surface for batting, but you see those small cracks. You wonder, a very dry atmosphere here at Church Street Park. When those begin to open up, they do have those barren spots where that green grass is not filling. That is where the spinners can get some of that extra purchase.
And there are quite a few of them, and also somebody to keep an eye on, Fani Simhadri with those cutters. That kind of surface, the ball is sticking a bit. It's a bit too pace for those medium pacers who bowl the cutters. Those are the bowlers who've been very successful over the last 2 weeks. It's been a lot harder for the genuine all-out pacers to take wickets here. So the ball just sits up waiting to be whacked. We saw that happen to Jesse Singh yesterday when Jesse Singh was trying to take on Aaron Jones at the death, and Aaron Jones spanked them all down the ground.
PDP, you know better than anyone. You had the best seat in the house for Aaron Jones in the one international format just now in Aberdeen, Scotland, where this man was unstoppable. He's brought that form now over into the United States. He wants to. Very quick between the wickets, Jones. He'll get it quite easily. You look at his scores in that Cricket World Cup League 2 game, 62, 123 not out, and 51. What did he do well against Scotland, the UAE?
Well, the main thing is he tried to shelve some of those slow starts. Typically, he's somebody who will take his time. He'll be on 20 off 40 balls, then he'll be on 60 off 80. It's those first 40 balls where he goes slow, and he tried hard to rectify that.
Flicks it and put down. How big of a moment could that be in this final? Aaron Jones, the wicket that they wanted, was on a silver platter, but it's been dropped.
Oh, this is straight to him. Didn't have to move. And maybe the fact that he did move is what caused the problem. He didn't have to jump at this. I think he just, again, misjudged it. It was coming straight to him. He didn't have to leave his feet. And the fact that he did do this bunny hop, I think threw off his timing trying to hold on to that one.
This time, much safer option from Aaron Jones.
Prajit Moody was the fielder at short fine leg. And Prajit Moody, I wonder what he's going to be thinking an hour and a half from now, Nikhil.
Especially when you think about this man, Aaron Jones, and his last scores, 72 from 42 deliveries against the Yorkers last weekend in the conference finals. Then yesterday he scored 76. He's not a man you want to put down. Much improved, though, from Shadi van Schalkwyk. I want to spend some time on van Schalkwyk, Peter De La Pena, because you look at last season, and he really was sort of a container in this T20 format. An economy rate of under 5 and over, where he took 20 wickets. Average 12.5, was a wicket taker for his team. This season, though, he's been on the expensive side. Economy touching 8 and over. So he's had to fight hard. That last over he bowled yesterday, holding his nerve to beat the defending champions, was a sign of his character.
Good running here again from Jones. I think part of it is just the variation in the surfaces that you face in minor league cricket. This kind of wicket where he succeeded at the death yesterday. Turf wickets are not universal. You have to remember that. Not every team has a natural turf wicket as their playing surface at their home ground. But you saw the effectiveness and the experience that he has bringing in from South Africa on a wicket like this.
So he's going hard, but straight to that mid-on fielder. It's a great point you're making, Peter De La Pena. I say that because a lot of those wickets on the West Coast are very placid surfaces, good for batting. This one, though, will help him with that tinge of green grass. End of 3, 25 for 1. Well, a lot of batting to come. Still, Jamar Hamilton, who got 50 yesterday. Nasser Hussain, the former Bangladesh international, currently going at over 8 and over. They only need just above 7.5. So they'll be happy with the start so far. Aaron Jones already striking a couple of boundaries. Well, you want to get your hats. You want to come down to Church Street Park and get your fantastic giveaways. All brought to you by, of course, the MLC, our fantastic sponsors, Toyota, Dafa News, and Sunoco. Our good friend Emily there having some fun.
Emily's always busy. Emily, one of the marketing people with minor league cricket. Emily Reynolds.
I didn't get a hat, Peter De La Pena.
I'm feeling left out myself.
I want a hat.
I have to say.
Now, Badogam over the wicket. We keep mentioning the fact that he's played for this Atlanta Fire team last season. He knows this opposition very well. Aaron Jones, Stephen Taylor especially. But the way that this Seattle Thunderbolts team have gone about things in this first phase of the game, I think is what's put them in this position. Peter De La Pena, you look at their record this season, they averaged just 6.5 runs per over conceded, and they've averaged about 2 wickets taken in all of the power plays leading up to this, the 17 games that they've played. We know how important the first 6 overs are to any T20 game.
And if you can get Stephen Taylor out, like they did inside of the first 2 overs, that'll help keep that record intact. Shadi van Schalkwyk was a little bit expensive at the opposite end, but spin has been very good so far here from Badugam.
Captain fantastic. and is heading our way. Picking up right where he left off yesterday, Zain Saeed. He's the vice captain of this team. Opening up those levers and clearing that mid-off fielder.
And he's been somebody who's been floating around the scene for the last decade or so. Came here as a teenager and showing his talent. That's been simmering under the surface in the Southeast region for the last 10 years. And I was ready, Nikhil. I was about to get out of my seat. Thought it might roll up the hill towards us.
We don't trust your catching too much, Peter Delapena. We want you to stay and stick to the commentary and the fantastic journalism that you do, of course. Yeah, he's written some fantastic pieces of work. This is going to run away. Zain Saeed, again, timing the ball extremely well, but a better piece of fielding. I think it's Shadi Van Skalvik at that point boundary, who does a superb job to keep that to 2 runs.
Number 89, doing the work from backward point, setting off. And Van Skalvik showing what it means to him being here in the final at Church Street Park, saving 2 runs.
Short from Badogan, but what he's done so well is ball to his field. Remember, in this power play, you're only allowed 2 outside the circle. It's very hard as a spinner because you have that extra time as a batter to really size up where you want to hit the ball. But he's got long on and deep mid-wicket, and he's bowled well with the ball spinning back in to the right-hander. He's forced them to hit into that onside, the bigger square boundary. So far, you take this if you are the Seattle Thunderbolts. Badogam on the chase, coming back for 2. Jones is too quick.
Well, Jones jogged the first one. It was really Zain Saeed who wanted that second. Great running. 35 for one. Check that. 37 for one.
He's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Welcome back to Church Street Park. It was this partnership just a weekend ago against the Manhattan Yorkers that put on 132 runs at the Atlanta Cricket Fields and won the game for the Fire, put them in the finals weekend. And they'll be looking to do much of the same with just 7.5 runs needed for the next 16. But there's one man who will be looking to stop them. He's the leading wicket taker in this year's 2022 Toyota.
Pace. The keeper's up to the stumps right away. So he's not going to blow you away, but it's just the cleverness of his bowling, using all those cutters, using all those variations to keep batters off balance. That's what makes him so effective.
This angle that he bowls with, though, is something we've seen from a lot of left-arm seamers in this tournament. Coming over the wicket with Andreas Kaus up to the stumps adds that bit of degree of difficulty, and he has cramped batters for room. But the one thing that he does, though, attacks the stumps consistently. He got the wicket of Shehan Jayasuriya, the leading run scorer in this tournament yesterday, and just the accuracy of this man on screen. 43 wickets, unbelievable. So fluent Aaron Jones. Peter Delapena, talk about a comeback story. 9 wickets in 2021 for Samadri. This year, he's double, triple, quadruple that.
Again, it's just the experience, that cleverness.
No, that's the fall.
Keeper's up to the stumps. That's not something that's going to draw your attention, is his pace, but he's just very, very disciplined.
We'll have to re-ball that one.
And as soon as I say that, he bowls a wide.
Oh, typical commentator's curse. The impressive thing, though, is that sidearm slingy action. I think it adds that bit of difficulty with the trajectory he bowls from. Had Liam Plunkett on yesterday. You admire someone like Fani Samadri. Not fast, but very effective. Now Andres Gauss will be disappointed. These last 2 deliveries, very uncharacteristic. And of course, as soon as we talk about Fani Samadri and his accuracy, sprays 2 down the leg side. But you can see what he's trying to do. Attack the pads and the stumps of Aaron Jones.
Well, he's just kind of falling over a little bit, which may be part of the reason why he's bowling these wides. His kind of body is tilting to the right. That's why he's kind of dragging the ball down a little bit down the leg side. You can't afford these wides when you're only defending 157 against such an explosive team like the Fire.
Hasn't quite got it, Jones. Does he have enough on it to get it over? He does. But it will just be a couple of runs. It's Zain Saeed, I beg your pardon. Both, though, they've done well to start, but they haven't quite found the middle of the bat with great regularity.
Well, and Skalkvik looked like he thought he had a chance at this. He shot out of a cannon from it off, thinking that he might have been able to get there, but it was just tailing out of his reach.
Goes over mid-on this time, but Harmeet Singh, one of the best boundary riders in this competition. He's going to be very important, Harmeet Singh. Yesterday against the strikers, it was all about Singh and Badogam, the partnership of the two. Between overs 6 and 10, only 17 runs conceded.
Well, I'm waiting for Harmeet to get the ball because he's going to start to hulk up. He was hulking up yesterday after every wicket, Nikhil. Watch out.
Very full delivery.
He was like Bruce Banner. All of a sudden, he takes a wicket or somebody else takes a wicket, he turned into the Incredible Hulk. Got discipline yesterday. Got some discipline that was leveled at him, but he was allowed to play in this final. That disciplinary measure was suspended until next year.
Excellent from Samadri. Yes, he's bowled the 2 extras in the over, but he doesn't concede a boundary in the power play. Very important passage of play. End of 5, 45 for 1.
Welcome back to Church Street Park, where the Atlanta Fire got off to a steady start. 1 wicket down the form of Stephen Taylor, but Zain Zayed and Aaron Jones have started to form a little partnership. 45 runs at the end of 5 overs. Again, chasing a total of 158. I'm Om Patel here, and I'm joined by the one and only Corey Anderson is now joining me in the commentary box. Corey's been a great day of cricket here at Church Street Park. It's not the first time you've been here, but the scenic setting, how has this atmosphere just really struck you?
It's been incredible to come here and make sure we can see people turn out to the ground in America. This field is in immaculate condition as well. So again, we've had high quality cricket, and it's just a great spectacle.
Definitely high quality, absolutely that. And Shivam Ranjane, he was high quality yesterday, picked up a pair of wickets and big wickets at that. Talk about the wicket of Unmung Chand, and again, he's a big part of why the Seattle Thunderbolts are here, and he's going to need to have a big day today. Take some wickets now in this final over of the power play.
Yeah, he certainly is. You can see, obviously, they've relied heavily on a couple of guys in this lineup. You know, and you're going to see this little next phase of this innings is going to be crucial to what they're going to have to do to try and sort of, I guess, stem that flow of runs, try and get some dots, see what they can do, because otherwise if they don't and it runs too far, they're going to have too much work to do at their back end. So crucial 5 overs this.
Yeah, crucial indeed, and also the wickets, holding on to them is going to be so important. It does get easier to bat at Church Street Park as the lights come on. The dew starts to play a factor, and so then you also just wonder, if you're Seattle, how much are you going to see Harmeet Singh? How much are you going to use Afani Samadri with the do when it's harder to grip?
Yeah, I mean, I was close little option there. I was surprised actually that they did bat first. I thought their strength all year has been their bowling, and you're putting guys in a position to try and do the best possible. I know runs on the board in the final is one thing, but I'm like, you've got to back what's worked for you all year, and that's your bowlers taking wickets. And I think you can feel the temperature's dropped a little bit, and it's a little bit starting to get a little bit dewy, I'd say, and probably give it another half an hour where you might start looking a little bit more floating around the ground. So it will be very interesting.
Well, Ranjani, he started well. He's been on a length. It's a good place to operate here at Church Street Park. We saw Manoj Acharia have some success with that for the Stallions yesterday. He was able to pick up 2 wickets in his first 2 overs, just giving up 7 runs. And again, Ranjani taking 2 wickets of his own yesterday. I think, again, as you mentioned, it starts to get a little bit dewer. The weather just cools out. It's going to be so important to be consistent here at Church Street Park rather than trying to get, that incredible highlight ball. More so just stack the good deliveries on top of each other.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And I think that's what comes down to. So we just watch a little bit of a potential mix-up again. I think you start seeing that's why runs on the board are a big thing, but when you haven't quite got that total that you want, you have to start forcing your arm a little bit more. You have to start throwing some options out there that you don't necessarily want to do. And, these slide balls and things like that, they're working. You've got to stick to it, and it's the first one who basically hits the panic button is the one who's going to get in trouble. So you've got to keep sticking to it and try not to get kind of carried away with the run rate, things like that. Bowl your best ball, bowl your best option possible, and you just got to back that it's going to be the best thing.
Well, it'll just be the single to end the power play. It's a good end to it. Just 3 runs coming from that 6th over. 48 for the loss of 1. It's a scenic view here at Church Street Park, and not the fireworks we saw from the Fire yesterday, where they had their top 3 just go berserk from ball 1. Stephen Taylor 14 from 7 before he was undone by Akhilesh Bhagadam, and then Zain Zayed, he's 16 from 12. Aaron Jones, a little bit of a sluggish start today, 15 from 17, but again, holding those wickets going to be so important for the depth of Jamar Hamilton and Everett Dyer later in the lineup. And again, if you just look at the over-by-over chart, it was the 5th over that really propelled the Seattle Thunderbolts in their first innings, and arguably that 4th over, the best over for the Atlanta Fire. That first over was also great, but it's just that wicket that just fell, and that's what stemmed the flow of runs. So again, if you're the Atlanta Fire, the wickets just have to be held onto. And the fans, I think they're sensing something special again. They've just started to pack in, and it's kind of the standard at Mooresville. Whenever the sun goes down, the lights come on, the fans and the crowd just starts to grow and ever so expand to all corners of the ground. Well, Corey, you obviously play for the Dallas Mustangs, and you would have seen this Seattle team just a week ago in that conference final, led by the captain Harmeet Singh, coming in with ball in hand. What can you tell me about Harmeet?
He's a clever bowler. He knows what he's doing. He's their leader of their pack as well. I know Fani's the one who's taken a lot of the poles, but when it comes to a bowling unit, sometimes the guy who's getting the wickets, he gets all the accolades, but I think someone like Harmeet's been bowling outstandingly well. Guys don't want to go after him because they know he can get the wickets, so they go a little bit lighter against him and try and target other guys. So I think he's been a massive foil for their bowling lineup. And again, this is a big phase. He knows this is really where he needs to turn it on, and if he can get a couple of wickets here, like you said before, he can stem the flow. But I think the way they're going to win this match is they're going to have to take some wickets.
Well, Harmeet Singh, he's turned the ball the most out of anybody so far this finals weekend, and I'm not surprised to see him being used as early as the 7th over, just because, again, we mentioned starting to get a little bit dewy, and it's just going to get hard to grip for the spinners, and you just wonder about their effectiveness as we head towards the night.
100%. It gets way more difficult. That's why, again, you'll see him probably get a little bit crafty around how he's going to, it's the pace of the ball. You can see that just sliding through a little bit. I think he's going to have to mix that up. He's going to have to flight a couple. He's going to have to chance his arm, I'd say, as well, and try and see who's brave enough to try and hit the boundary and find it, because at some point there's got to be that pressure build-up. And you can see him here. He just, again, crafty. He can put turn on it. People know that. Again, sliding through it's always a great option as well.
Zain Zayed using the speed, and We saw this pretty consistently from the Seattle Thunderbolts as they're going to come back for 2. And again, good running from the Fire. But the use of the feet is so important here. We saw the Seattle Thunderbolts have a lot of success against the spin attack of the Fire like that. And that's how they got out of some of that pressure situations. Wouldn't be surprised if this is how Harmeet elects to bowl with the ball sliding through, to see Zayn continue to use his feet to go down the track and go down the ground.
Yeah, I think he's trying to bring him in. He's trying to lure him in. He's trying to say to him, if you want to hit me straight, if you want to hit me over cow corner, go for it. But he's trying to basically either sneak one in, and then he's probably saving that one up his sleeve that he knows he can try and turn and burn him a little bit, and hopefully one skies straight up for him.
This one just pushed back, and I think you're absolutely right there. Again, we've seen all deliveries so far, not much turn on offer. It's just been sliding through with the arm. Just waiting for that one, because yesterday he was turning it quite a well a ways, and it's all shoulder. Rather, he doesn't have a lot of hip rotation around that right foot in which he lands on. It's all through his shoulder. And that one is going to continue to slide through, and it'll be a single to end the 7th over. 54 for the loss of 1.
Going back now, 2 good overs, James.
Well, it's so important here at Church Street Park to get things going early, and again, you see the planes start to fly by. Common sight here at Church Street as they head towards and away from RDU on this wonderful Sunday night. And again, that conversation in the middle would love to be a fly on the wall, but you have to imagine it's just them conversing, saying, just don't throw your wicket away, hold on, let's go get 6-7 runs and over from here on out.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be, don't do anything silly. That's basically what it is. We can see at the moment, you know, run rate 8 and over needed. You don't have to do anything silly, but you do still have to be productive. And I think that's where teams get in trouble. There's still 100 runs to get. That could still be a long way away in a 2020 game. So you've got to make sure you're productive, you're still doing your work, and you're not just being lazy on the shots that you play and trying to hope that they're going to bowl a bad ball, because if it doesn't come, then you're going to be forced your own. You've got to play something you don't want to play.
Well, Zayn Zayed yesterday was sure on the pages of DAFA News because of the way he started, and if he can get going, would be real special. And you can see just struggling with timing. He's played a couple of those big shots and hasn't really gotten there, but if you're the Fire, just have to put it in cruise control like that Toyota Tundra and just let the game come to you. Again, it's not a huge total, but you did mention 100 runs still to go, so it's still an uphill task.
Certainly is. I mean, it's so cliche, but cricket's a funny game. And funnier things have happened. So even though they're on track and they're ticking along nicely, it doesn't take much. You know, you had Shadley before talking about it. He was running past the stump mic, and you know, two good overs. And again, it's guys like that in your team who need to lead the team around the park and make sure you don't look too far ahead. All you're doing is 2 overs at a time, tick them off, push that run rate up as much as you can, and again, just keep putting the pressure on, and hopefully that panic button gets hit.
Well, you mentioned it as, again, the no run on offer. It's just that pit stop that they almost make as like their pit crew, and they're stopping at Sunoco just to refuel, regroup, and work their way into that second over. Can they get 2 overs in, and just keep the game at bay? I think if you're in the last 5, you'll feel comfortable. If you're Seattle, you just give yourself an opportunity to win, take it deep. But also if you're the Atlanta Fire, same mantra, you just take it deep. Don't take yourself out of the game right now.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, that's the problem sometimes when you come out of a power play. They've had a pretty good power play, lost 1 wicket. You know, they got 56 on the board, and I know that's probably been from the last over as well, but you can sort of put on the brakes, and you think you've got a lot of time. You do, but you still need to be productive. You still need to play your shots, and if that bad ball comes on offer, you've got to put it away. You can see Harmeet Singh having a conversation with the umpire here. Something's obviously going on in the middle that they're not too happy about.
Just trying to figure out what is going on. Again, you can see him just trying to explain the passage of play that just took place, and seems to be resolved now. That little conversation between the umpire and Harmeet Singh.
That's what finals are all about, though, isn't it? bit of fire in the belly, and get heated. There's a lot on the line here, and I know these guys have been playing for the last 12 weeks, and they want to take it.
Just tucked into the leg side. And Akilish Bhagadam, he's got something a little extra on the line. Remember, he was part of this Fire squad last year, made that transition alongside Rishi Bardwaj to the Seattle side, and I don't think there'd be anything sweeter for him to win a final in his first year in Seattle against his former team. I remember he texted me after the draft day show, said, "I'll see you in Warsaw during finals weekend." He talked to me yesterday, he said, "One more."
He spoke it into existence, didn't he? Yeah, I'm sure he want to get one up on him. That's the beauty of this competition as well. You've seen plenty of guys, you know, drift off into other teams and relocate, and that's I guess it's the evolution of the game as well. And the good thing is we've got some great teams here, and seeing different players turn out for different outfits year on year is going to be exciting watch.
This one is cut. It's in the air, but it's away from the fielder. It's going to be one out to sweep recover to end the 8th over. 58 for the loss of 1.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
We welcome you back to Church Street Park, and the Atlanta Fire, they're 58 for 1 after the end of 8 overs, and Aaron Jones, remember, was given a life on 4. He's still there, and that's why you see the smiles on the faces of Rishi Pandey and Stephen Taylor. Stephen Taylor would have been disappointed with the way he got out, but Rishi Pandey, he's a talented young bat, just 16 years of age, and you'll get to see him in the middle order. And maybe some tense fans out there in the middle, Corey.
Yeah, certainly will be. Again, you're talking about the youth of the game here, and we've got some outstanding youth cricketers in this competition, and you know, I'm glad we can try and put it on show this weekend.
Well, speaking of promising youth talent, you have a couple on your very own Dallas Mustangs. Surya Selva Kumar, the left-arm seamer. Ali Sheikh, who's really turned eyes with both bat and ball in hand. How impressive has the youth been, not only in Dallas, but all over the country?
I mean, I think that the common word amongst people who tend to come over here is they're always surprised at it. I think for what we've seen, you know, I'm stoked to be in Dallas to have, you know, a very flourishing, you know, crop of young players, and you know, not only those two, but there's a good group of guys coming through. So they've been the ones who have kind of been our, I guess, the last year and a half, basically our sort of young stalwarts to get into that team. But you know, they're learning so much, and at this age to play alongside guys and to play in these kind of competitions, it makes a huge difference to their career and the path they want to take as well. So it's massively exciting.
Zain Zayed, once upon a time, was a promising young talent, under 19 for the USA, and a guy looking to get back to that senior squad. And again, I think you hit the nail on the head, where this is the beauty of minor league cricket, this inflection of youth and these overseas individuals, just the experience and the understanding of the game. It just grows the level here in the United States.
Yeah, it does, and it'll only continue to grow as well. And that's the great thing, having a product like this turn out for finals, field in immaculate condition, fans coming out, enjoying the game. There's a bit of an atmosphere here, and you know, I can't say that's always going to be happening in America, and I'm hoping this is the start of something massive. I know they did it last year, and this has got better again. If we keep trending in that direction, it's going to be extremely exciting, and I know a lot of people around the world are watching this and wanting to see it all as well.
Well, struggling with timing once again, Zain Zayed. Dot ball to finish off the 9th over. 61 for the loss of 1. Well, while we have this little break and play, Corey, I just want to, Brian Walters, obviously, from that Texas area, very famous and storied member of USA Cricket and one of those commentators. And Brian was talking to me before yesterday's matchup and said the Dallas Mustangs, the best kept secret. And we'll get back to that thought, but first we have Paxton Elrod on the sidelines. Paxton, what's going on down there?
I have a very special guest down here, Nadia Gurney, the female player representative on the board for USA Cricket. Now, Nadia, you all just put on a series for the under-19 U.S. women's team down in Florida against West Indies. Very successful event. With the success of that, How does that make you feel about the future of U.S. cricket for women?
Hi, thanks. We're pretty excited about the future of women's cricket. We've had a very successful stint on the 19 women's team, defeated the West Indies in a 5-match series, 4-1. So these girls, as I said, are under 19. So these girls are going to be our future senior players, right? We've got a World Cup in a couple of months in South Africa, January. And these girls are looking way beyond the World Cup as well. We've got, the prospect of playing in the Olympics in 2028. So it's pretty bright. They're already succeeding out there, and we're looking forward to it.
I'm sure you've got a lot of pride behind this and just your involvement. And so what can we look forward to for U.S. women's cricket up next?
As I said, there's the World Cup, under-19 World Cup in January. We do have the Senior Global Women's Qualifier next month in UAE. So we're going to see more than half of our senior team comprise under-19 players, and they're going to be on the international stage. So it's going to be a great preparation for them going into that World Cup. And we're looking to really turn some heads at that event. So.
I love that. Well, it sounds like you are. Thank you so much, Nadia. Back to you guys up in the booth.
But that Nadia Gurney, always great to get her take an opinion on things. We saw Aaron Jones play that big slog sweep that went for 6. Zain Zayed trying to do something similar, but again, just struggling with the timing.
Yeah, he is. You can see that as well. He struggled for the last few overs, and that's sometimes the problem when you get in these situations. When you lose your timing when you've been going well, it's hard to get that back. There's almost that flip side. If you do it for too long, you start digging your team into a little bit of a hole and start putting pressure on Aaron Jones, and he's going to have to start making more of a play. And it's a fine line. He's either got to keep going hard here and hopefully he gets some, or he gets out, because otherwise, again, you drag this out too long and it starts sort of getting a little bit iffy.
Well, he's just tucked it into the leg side, and again, that conversation with Aaron Jones, he's just saying find runs and any way they come. That misfield is going to make it an easy 2 runs, and again, if you're Seattle, not a lot of runs to defend. You can't have those misfields.
No, you got to be tight. Everything's got to go in your favour, and you got to make sure just the little 1%ers picking the ball up, watching the ball. I mean, I'd say it was probably an easy 2, but again, you got to put a little bit of pressure on, and that's what they're trying to do with the batters as well. They're trying to put a little bit more pressure on running between the wickets and trying to get things back going again.
This time it's cut. Work to do from cover, but he'll get there and just keep it to 1. And again, because that initial boundary from Aaron Jones, it just makes this over a big one for Seattle, even though it's just been singles and the 1 double to come from the over since.
Yeah, it was needed. It just keeps that needle moving a little bit more, and they're going to have to find some boundaries every now and then and just take that risk, but it's got to be calculated.
And as this one's tucked away into the leg side, Corey Anderson, Brian Walters called the Dallas Mustangs the best kept secret in all the minor league, and I think Corey Anderson is going to make sure they're not a kept secret next year. Going to be try to get them into this spot in next year's edition of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. And at the end of 10 overs, they're looking to lift the championship trophy here, become the second winners here in minor league cricket. And it's Zain Zayed and Aaron Jones who are still out there in the middle, both of whom have made their ways into the 20s. But don't forget about Jamar Hamilton, Everroy Dyer, Rishi Pandey still to come. And there'll be a question with the bat. With the ball, though, Shadley Van Schalkwyk, he was expensive, 2 overs 20. Akhilesh Bogdam, he's done. Funny Samadri, you have to imagine he bowls again. Shubham Rajane, he has to bowl again, and Harmeet Singh would have to. And look at this, as Nate Haight joins me in the box. This is the hill that you hear him speak of so much, because it's the best place to watch cricket here, Church Street Park, and all the fans are gathered up there. They've got their chairs, they've got their picnic blankets, and they're just enjoying the action.
The best place to watch cricket at the best ground in the USA. You can't beat this. We have a great final on our hands right now. It's anybody's game.
That's all you can ask for, Nate. Anybody's game headed into the last 10 overs. We're in for an absolute thriller. And again, can Aaron Jones be the guy that leads the Atlanta Fire past him, or will Shadley Van Schalkwyk and company keep them from reaching that point?
Well, if you know Aaron Jones, you know that he can go slow to start an innings. We see it often in one day, and he has adapted. He does adapt his game pretty well. Let's see if he can turn the Jets on when Atlanta really needs him to.
Funny Samadri, the leading wicket taker in all of minor league cricket. Joe Hickey told me a stat that if you just, as we see a ricochet, that's going to be 1 run down to long off, but he had a stat that was really remarkable. If you just took Funny Samadri's death over wickets, he would still rank 5th amongst all bowlers in minor league cricket.
He is a big-time player. In my mind, he's got to be one of the favorites for MVP of the league, along with Harmeet Singh, his teammate.
Well, this one is up in the air. Is it a chance for another? Who's going to find it? It's taken. Harmeet Singh, the captain. Finger goes up. And the big shouts, this is what you needed if you are the Seattle Thunderbolts. You get yourself back into the game due to that man with the golden arm, Funny Samadri.
All season, I've been waiting for Funny Samadri to have a bad game finally. He doesn't ever seem to do that. He doesn't do it at all. But look at that awesome action of his. Very unique. His ball almost looks like it slows down as it approaches the batter. Great catch there by Harmeet. He was always going to take that one. And you see the champion bowler there celebrating, the top wicket taker of the league, doing what he does best.
Taking wickets as Zain Zayed has to go, 26 for 25. The Atlanta Fire, they're 73 for the loss of 2. Well, when we talk about the Atlanta Fire, they're a team that has a lot of depth, and this is another member with depth. It's Nasser Hussain, and again, the stats aren't going to look gaudy. 3 matches, just 19 runs, but let's put this into context. He played his first match just a couple of weeks ago here at Church Street Park, and he has an international century under his belt for Bangladesh, so he's no stranger to batting in high-pressure situations.
Yeah, and even with those 19 runs, we've probably seen most of his batting in the league ourselves up close in person. He's never really looked that uncomfortable either, has he?
No, he's looked really good. He's played some really nice shots. He's a good player of spin, and I think you'd have to feel fortunate if you are the Seattle Thunderbolts that you only have the 1 spinner left in Harmeet Singh, but this is why he's out there. Funny Samadri just gets the top half of the bat of Zain Zayed, and all they could do was pick out Harmeet Singh, who ran a long ways in from long off. And Nate, don't want to throw to the Raptors here because we're 2 Raptors fans, but it almost feels similar to Aditya Padala and Lahiru Malanta, the way Andreas House is there up to the stumps, keeping the batter rooted to his crease.
Yeah, Funny is not terribly fast, so you can do this.
And he just kept everything straight on middle stump, and that is the key thing for Funny Samadri. That's why he takes so many wickets, and that's why House is going to feel so comfortable being up to the stumps, because he keeps it so consistent.
That arm angle that he bowls, the ball really does look like it slows down once it gets about 2/3 of the way down the wicket, but he has such a unique bowling action. The big question was, would the dew come in by the time he got most of his overs in? And how would he be able to handle the dew?
Hussain just pushes this one, but only to the fielder, Shadley Van Schalkwijk. He's so good in the field. Shadow, as he calls him, and as the lights go on, the shadows only get bigger, and it feels like he is too.
Yeah, a couple of hats on his head, 3 hats on his head there. That's how tall he is right now after that play. That's one of the great things about cricket. We get to see people stack hats on their head.
This time some width on offer. It's over the top of the infield, but it'll only find the fielder as we recover. 11 overs gone, 75 for the loss of 2.
The last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Well, it's that man Shadow, Shadley Van Schalkwijk, with the ball in hand. and you knew he'd have to come back at some point. He's such a good and important bowler for the Seattle Thunderbolts. He hasn't had the best of times here at Church Street Park, but he's now have to bowl to the likes to Nasir Hussain and Aaron Jones on your screen, and if you can pick up one of those 2 wickets, you'd feel like the Seattle Thunderbolts are back ahead of the game.
Yeah, you might look at his economy today. He's allowed 20 runs in his 2 overs, but look at that beautiful evening sky here at Church Street Park. What a gorgeous place.
And again, this is going to be the key, I think, for Shadley Van Schalkwyk. I think yesterday what he was doing was he was just trying a little too much. It felt like he was going for that highlight ball, that glory ball. I think if you're just consistently on a length here at Church Street, you'd be far more successful.
Yeah, you build up that pressure, and eventually that pressure pops, and usually it pops in your favor. But yeah, as I was saying, Shadley looks a little expensive here, but remember, he had to bowl that ferocious over to Steven Taylor.
This one width on offer, and Hussaini's picked the gap. Is going to race all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. It just went past. Short cover, and a much-needed 4 for Nasir Hussain.
I thought maybe we might have a highlight reel catch on our hands there with the extremely long Bodegum there reaching out for that one, but just out of his reach. Excellent shot there.
Yeah, again, it was aerial for a moment, and I think all Atlanta Fire fans' hearts were in their stomachs just because it's Akhilesh Bodegum, and he has some of the longest arms you'll see in minor league cricket. It was just away from that outstretched arm. This one tucked into the leg side.
If you're Seattle, definitely want to slow the run rate down because we've got Jamar Hamilton still in the dugout, and we know how, firsthand, we know how brutal he can be.
Yeah, and you see it Cornet dry there on your screen. You have Emilio Alfonso, and you mentioned it, Jamar Hamilton, back right of your screen.
There's Coach Willow there with the shades on his forehead.
And Aaron Jones has really taken a back seat ever since he saw that initial 6 from him. He's just been ticking the ball around and tucking it for singles, and he's doing a lot of what we heard from Corey Anderson was just don't get out of the game, keep the singles moving, keep the score rotating, and then wait for that one boundary ball.
And this is why it's so important for Seattle to not really give them any freebies. 5, 6 good balls and over right now. They really need that.
And they're just going to get one. It's away from Bodegum. And again, if you're Seattle, it wasn't an easy chance there, but you just think, could you have stopped it? You're going to need some really extraordinary stuff in the field because, again, not a huge total, just 76 more runs to go.
What a gorgeous night it is here at Church Street Park. As the fans continue to trickle in, it's very expected, very common here. Kids all over the place wanting the ball to come to them so they can throw it back in and feel like part of the action. Airplanes flying low, beautiful bright lights and the multicolored sky.
Well, an outstanding ground, outstanding facility, outstanding atmosphere for an outstanding match that we have on our hands. It's going to come down to the wire. This one inside half of the bat. And they go for that quick single. Direct hit. Aaron Jones well inside his stumps, inside his crease. But again, the pressure on and that throw, fiery as ever, came through as quick as one of those Toyotas zipping down the road. That's going to be the end of the 12th over. 83 for the loss of 2.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
All right, let's take a look here. Steven Taylor out 14 from 7. That was a big wicket. Zain Syed went at about a run a ball. Aaron Jones as well. Hussain run a ball. Nobody's really lit up the scoreboard at a rate since Steven Taylor has. We do have Jamar Hamilton coming up soon.
Yeah, and you look at this worm, it's just went back and forth all day long. Have the Atlanta Fire with that Seattle Thunderbolts, and it's the wickets. That's just what's caused it to tail back inside that worm chart. And again, it's setting up a really exciting finish here at Church Street Park.
We've got a great game on our hands.
And Nate, I feel spoiled. We've had so many great games here at Church Street Park, and it's because of the crowd too. It just elevates it. And there you see the beautiful VIP section. Liam Plunkett sitting on your screen as well. Leonard and Matthew Achibar in there. Nick Gill, Uttama Chandi there as well. Everyone is out there. The stars are out, enjoying the action here.
Look at all those VIPs there. There's another seating area at the ground. People sitting next to the ground at the north end.
Shubham Ranjane continuing, and you figured he'd have to be used now. Again, he just pulled the 1 over, only went for 3 runs, and it's because he was consistently on that length.
Ranjani was in the middle quite a while with the bat as well for Seattle. Pretty good all-around player.
Yeah, again, remember, yesterday took the wicket of Umang Chan, took 2 wickets in total, and again, he's someone who, if he can pick up a wicket here, he just give the Thunderbolts a leg up, you'd feel. This one full, a little bit slower as well. And again, Nasser Hussain, who doesn't look uncomfortable, but it hasn't seemed like he's found real timing as of yet.
Right, and anything can happen in the next several overs. Obviously, the game can flip on its head in the next 2 overs, one way or the other. Next 2 or 3 overs. Let's see how it goes. It's beautiful out here. Amin, you and I are spoiled. We get to call games here all the time. How lucky do you feel?
It's an absolute privilege to be located here in Morrisville, North Carolina, and to have this final here at Church Street Park. Oh, this one, it looked pretty full, looked pretty straight. There was 2 noises, but he's giving it out. I think that's the only question I'm going to ask. Was there bat involved? But the umpire says no. Ranjane, he picks up wicket number 1 in the form of Nasser Hussain.
Excellent ball there by Ranjani. We were just talking about him taking a big wicket yesterday on Mukchan's, and now he has Hussain's wicket here. Here we go, Amin. Here's a look at what you said. You might have heard 2 sounds. Let's take a look. Could have been both of the pads there. Let's take a look again.
Oh, right there, Nate. I think I just saw that inside edge there. Take another look at this. I think it just clipped it. Again, it's tight. It's really close. Hard to tell with the naked eye. But no matter, Nasser Hussain, he has to go for just 7. It's 84 for the loss of 3.
And we've got Jamar Hamilton. We've talked him up all night. At least I have. And here comes the wicket keeper for the Atlanta Fire. Look at him pounding fists there with Aaron Jones. These 2 love batting together. They loved it last night. They were celebrating every 6 like it was the winning shot.
Well, Jamar Hamilton, we talked about him in the pregame. He's someone who can come in and smack the ball around. Remember, his first 10 balls he played yesterday did not look fluent and looked like he was not going to make a big impact. The next 18, he scored 40 runs from them. So that's the kind of firepower he has.
Including some of the best front foot pull shots you can ask to see. He looks like a football fullback, NFL football fullback. If he was any taller, I'd say he's a tight end.
Well, Nate, for anyone younger than my generation, they might not remember what a fullback is. Rarely see that, so maybe the tight end. Maybe that's what we have to call him now.
H-back. Let's say H-back. We'll go old school Washington football team.
And a staple of Jamar Hamilton's game, he starts off just in that slower mindset, just looking to push the ball around for ones. He's not going to come in and swing right away. He'll take those 10 deliveries and then start to really push. And again, you never know what you're going to get from Jamar Hamilton. He's got starts. I believe he's got 6 starts of above 25 this season, and finally converted on 1 last night.
Well, if he gets to 25 here in a hurry, it would definitely be some help to Atlanta Fire. But also, they're going to take this. They want to take this game the whole way.
Well, it's full. It's at Yorker length. He's pushed it straight back down the ground. It's at least going to be 1. They thought about 2 for a moment, but settle against it. But again, Ranjani, he's done his job though in the over. As long as this delivery doesn't go for a boundary, he would have taken a wicket of Nasser Hussain, a big wicket, and at most, again, if he doesn't give up a boundary, he's given up, what, 5 runs from the over?
Yeah, Atlanta need over 10 over here. This is a difficult bowling attack to score on quickly. They're very, very good up and down.
Full and straight, Aaron Jones. It's the inside half of the bat, and it just doesn't find the fielder. Did it carry to him? He saved the boundary. It's going to be 2 runs, but is that a second life for Aaron Jones?
We got the graded field here, crowned a bit, so when you run up it's a little bit difficult catching a ball.
Definitely is. 13 overs gone, 87 for the loss of 3. Just take a look at this again. Inner half of the bat. Did this carry? It looked like he just didn't. He never got there. Never in position to take it. Again, never easy. He's coming in a long ways. Had to move a long ways to his right, but he did well to save it from being a boundary. Let's not forget, runs are very important.
Project Moody out there. At least he stopped the boundary. Very important to do. He made sure he was behind the ball and then came around it. Let's take a look here at the over by over chart.
Well, the last 5 we talked about, it gets easier to score, and you see that 19th over surge from the Seattle Thunderbolts. That's where they took it from a score of maybe 140 to a score of almost 160. So if you are the Atlanta Fire, that's what you're aiming for. Take it to the last 5, take it deep, and power through like that Toyota Tundra.
And there's a good look at a beautiful truck. That one right there, that Toyota Tundra has a nice, beautiful red, flashy interior. Very quick vehicle.
Well, it's Harmeet Singh who's taking a quick pit stop at Sunoco. He's back into the attack, and it's going to be ever so crucial. 2 overs left of his. Dew settling in. Does that play a factor? And a quick single here. Again, you can hear the intensity from Harmeet Singh. He says there's no single on offer there. You can't let it happen.
You have to think with Harmeet's experience, he might have held himself for the Dew to come in because maybe he thinks he can handle bowling in those conditions better than some of the other guys on the team.
You just take this, again, an easy single at the end. It was hit straight to backward point, so that's why Harmeet is upset. Switch hit comes out. He's got it over the top, but fielder there. Falls short. Again, he's done a really good job there. You're going to feel, you heard Harmeet Singh disappointed in that it didn't carry, but it's a great effort out in the deep.
Let's get Moody having a little bit of trouble running up the hill there, but he did a good job to stop that ball. That's a good job to stop that ball. If you're not going to catch it, at least do that.
He's taking 2 body shots now. This one on that midsection of his, and again, throwing his body around. You got to put it all on the line. That's the difference between lifting the cup and seeing the other side in celebration. And this one goes through. Andrew's house is going to be a wide as well. He does well not to make sure it doesn't race away to the boundary. A staple right now from Harmeet Singh. He's not turning the ball. He's bowling mostly arm balls. They're all going on with the arm, and I think that's to counter the Dew settling in.
And here we go, the biggest game of the year.
Well, this one's tucked in short and tucked into the leg side. They're going to go and push for 2, and they're going to get it. This is really good running from the Atlanta Fire. They don't need the boundaries if they're going to find things like this. And Harmeet Singh, he's real disappointed in what's going on in the field.
Aaron Jones runs extremely well. He kind of counters sometimes his slow starts with quick running. And with Jamar Hamilton in the middle with him, that's perfect. They love this partnership.
Well, Harmeet Singh, can he deliver something in his last 1.2 overs? Again, he's going to need something. They need to break this partnership. They want to see Jamar Hamilton back quickly or finally take Aaron Jones. Remember, given a life on just 4 runs, he's made his way to 39. And he's tucking it away for 2 runs. Again, very calculated here. They'll just settle for 1.
Good throwing. Good throwing there. Singh a little disappointed with his field early in this over, but the run rate creeps up to 10.5 required for Atlanta Fire. Runs on the board really do mean a lot in a final.
They mean so much. That's what keeps the pressure on. This one nearly chopped on from Jamar Hamilton. He looked to make some room for himself to go over the covers, but instead he just could find the inside edge. 14 overs gone, 94 for the loss of 3.
Take a look there, Jamar Hamilton finally in the middle. We've been waiting for him. 3 from 5 so far, just getting himself in there. Aaron Jones, 40 from 39. We haven't seen him step on the gas yet. He's been going at a run of ball his whole inning so far. On the bench, we've got Rishi Pandey, Cornet Dry, who can really hit a Manila Ponzo, I've mentioned his bat's underrated. He can get them to a quick score.
Well, you look at that worm, it's now right in line with the Seattle Thunderbolts. Again, is the ebb and flow of the game.
The streams are crossing, looking an awful lot like Ghostbusters there. The worm chart.
Here we go. If you are the Seattle Thunderbolts, you need wickets, and the crowd is loving it. They sense an incredible finish here at Church Street Park. Again, they've been out in the hot sun. The weather's finally cooled down. We have a beautiful sunset happening out as well. And again, it's just a lovely atmosphere here at Church Street Park, a family affair. And again, just take a look at that beautiful skyline.
Absolutely gorgeous. We see this so often here. I feel so spoiled.
Well, Ranjani starts with that Yorker. He starts really well for Jamar Hamilton. Again, you just want to keep him in the box as long as you can, but you need his wicket early. If you let him be in, again, for 10 plus deliveries, you just have a sense that he is going to score a big time 30 to 50 runs in a hurry.
And you absolutely cannot bowl him short. Right now, it'll get him right where he wants to be. It'll get him nice and warmed up.
Well, this one is hit powerfully through the covers, but just going to find Rohan Posnapalli inside the circle. We haven't seen him with the ball, but again, every fielder so important for the Thunderbolts.
Well, if he continues that, the Thunderbolts might be getting out of the way of those. They might be too bruised to field.
Posnapalli last year didn't really have a role with ball in hand. He was more used as a fielder for other sides, and again, this year found a home here in Seattle.
He made a blistering catch one game, didn't bowl a single over, made a diving catch against, I believe it was against Lone Star.
This one tucked into the leg side, and Nate, as we're talking, it almost feels like the Atlanta Fire, we've said, have been cruising. Well, they now need above 11 and over from this stage. It's not easy to do that, but we know at Church Street Park, if you get to that last 5 and you're still in the game with wickets in hand, anything can happen.
We've seen it happen time and time again, the chasing team putting up a bunch of runs in the last 5 overs, and these two here are the guys to do it if anyone will.
Yeah, and that's the key. Again, that's why the wicket is so important here if you are Seattle. Can you break this partnership? Can you get a new man in the middle? And can you make it feel as if one of these two have to finish, one of these two have all the pressure on them? Harmeet Singh, he's a deployed Ranjane. Where else does he go, though? Who does he pick up to get that wicket? Does he turn to himself in that next over? And the 15th, always dangerous to bowl that spinner. But I have to imagine he trusts his ability as a left-arm orthodox. Jones just able to push this one to Rohan Posnapalli inside the circle. They'll get that single. But again, they'll need a lot more than that.
Ranjani building up suspense there, taking his time in between balls. He has bowled very well.
And again, they've been out for a very long time. The humidity, definitely a factor early in the day, especially when the sun was out. It definitely is cooler now, but you can see the fatigue factor settling in. This one is a low full toss. Has Hamilton got all of it? I don't think he has. And he's found the fielder. It's Harmeet Singh out in the deep. And that's the wicket they're looking for. You can see the screams. The low full toss, it works. And Hamilton, it's stunned silence for him as he has to depart.
What a great over so far from Ranjani. 1 ball left now at this point. Excellent bowling, building up pressure with dot balls and singles. You know Atlanta had to let it flow at some point, but very stubborn, good bowling from Seattle here.
Johnny, he's an unsung hero for this Thunderbolts team. Again, 2 crucial wickets yesterday, one of which was Unmuk Chand. He already took Nasir Hussain today, and now he's got the much desired, much important wicket of Jamar Hamilton. And you can see he's disgusted with the way he gets out. He goes without really putting much on the scoreboard. It's 96 for the loss of 4. Well, it's Cornet Dry who's coming in to bat, and he's a big hitter. You see it, 29 matches, 229 runs across the 2 seasons here in minor league cricket, and yesterday came in and was able to hit one straight away, so we know the kind of bat he is.
long levers, as they like to say. Hits the ball a mile when he connects. He bowled great today. He bowled much, much better than he did yesterday. Let's see if he can help Atlanta get over the line.
There's one delivery left in this 15th over. And it's been squeezed away, and it's brilliantly fielded at backward point. Had it gone through him, it would have been 4, but it's a dot ball to end the over. 15 overs gone, 96 for the loss of 4.
How did a global retail pharmacy increase orders by 100%? How did a multinational bank build a #1 rated digital app? With people who help leading companies transform through technology. Engineer a better future. Discover how at ust.com.
Zuper is the world's most powerful field service management solution to work your way and drive more impact. As the most flexible and customizable app for your field operations, Zuper is field service your way. Learn more at zuper.co.
The American Theater of Dreams. Church Street Park, Morrisville Magic. We're 5 overs away from having a new winner of this minor league cricket championship presented by Sunoco. The shadows lengthen, the artificial lighting on. My heart pumping, much like the thousands watching, both at this venue and at home. Harmeet Singh versus Aaron Jones, captain v captain. Pressure on both teams. They all want to win it. The Toyota Tundra, someone needs to make that type of impact. No, Aaron Jones, runner ball 43. Dane Pete alongside me. Who is in the driver's seat?
Who's in front of the Toyota Tundra? It's the Seattle Thunderbolts led by Harmeet Singh and co. They've been fantastic. Just well in control of an innings. That man in screen has been sensational for the Seattle Thunderbolts all season. You'll be looking to bowl an important over to Cornet Dry and Aaron Jones. 12.41 to be exact. Required, Nikhil. I want you, yes, you, to make a call for me, please, sir.
Well, Dan Pete, you see, when they assign me this role with you, they have you as the analyst. So I have to let you make those calls.
Just like Aman Patel sitting well and truly on a fence. Let's make a call. Let's make a call. I want you to make a call. I'm privileged to call the last 5 overs with you. I want you to make the call, sir.
Excellent delivery from Harmeet Singh. One just sliding on to Jones. We saw it from Nasser Hussain in the first innings. Some of these deliveries from the spinners just sticking in the surface. Wide of the crease as well with the angle. Could have easily gone on to hit the stumps. Aaron Jones, with all of his experience at the international level, he will be nervous at this stage. Now, Cornet Dry, the South African, has come to the middle after the wicket of Jamal Hamilton. The 100 comes up as well. How does he play the situation?
Yeah, he's just got to try and get up to the rhythm of the game, and he's definitely a man that can catch up real easy. He's Cornet Dry. He hits a long ball. He's known for smashing the ball around and out of the ground. So he's definitely a man that's capable of doing that. Haven't had a feel of the outfield, but with a 5 p.m. start, the dew was obviously not playing a factor. The spin has been important. And the front runner, the MVP, left arm over, he's still got 2 overs to bowl. So it's well and truly set up for the Seattle Thunderbolts.
Yeah, that's a good point. I just had a feel of the grass before my stint, and no dew actually here at Church Street Park as yet. And it's why it's such an important toss for Harmeet Singh to win. End of the 16th over. A good one, just 6 singles from it. A great spell from the captain, 21 runs conceded, 103 for 4. No. The youth out in their numbers, those of the TCL League. It tells you about this game in the United States. The fact that all of these youngsters are outfitted in structured uniforms tells you why the game is growing so rapidly, that there's interest, Dane Pete. Me and you, one from the West Indies, one from South Africa. I don't see a lot of this happening in the West Indies to the scale that is happening in this country.
Yes, I fully agree with you, Nikhil. It's only going to take off. Obviously, the powerhouse of the financial system in the United States of America makes things a lot easier. But let's stop speaking about that. Let's focus on what we see. Mr. Cornet Dry on strike.
Fani Samadri, the left arm seamer, into the attack. He's still got 2 very important overs up his sleeve. Now, earlier today, Aaron Jones, addicted to run scoring, was put down in the 3rd over off the bowling of Shadi Van Skalvik. How costly could that be? He's still there. He's on 45. Fantastic work from our production team and my good friend Jermaine in the EVS room. He's got that. Under pressure, he delivers time and time again. The Atlanta Fire captain, and he goes to 50 in style. A true captain's knock. Back-to-back 50s on back-to-back days. Can he take his team all the way?
What a batsman this young man is. It's just a pleasure to watch. If it's not for the USA, but for the Atlanta Fire too. Picking the length nice and early, did Aaron Jones, and whacking that over deep square for a maximum. As you can see there, holding his composure against a man that has bowled unbelievably well in this competition, Nikhil, and whacking him for a massive, massive 6. Just what the Atlanta Fire needed.
Self-belief. That is what this man goes on. He backs himself in any situation, whether at the international level or in the minor league. We're really blessed. This entire country is blessed to have a player of this level. Comes back for 2, good running. This caliber, Dane Pete, he averaged 66 coming into this game. Add another 50 to this tally.
High skill. Whacking it over deep square for a massive 6 and then penetrating the extra cover fielder for a 2. That's what that man possesses. As you can see, the required rate at 13 runs and over. But with this man in the form he's in and Cornet Dry at the other end, nothing is impossible.
Excellent delivery. May have been some bat on it. Good comeback from Samadri. Jones will feel like he missed out. 3 50s in his last 3 innings for Aaron Jones. 72, 76, and now an unbeaten 54. Was very straight, is what he does so well. Inside edge though.
Huge inside edge. You don't want a bad decision being made here in a crucial time of the game. Good composure by Jermaine Lindo, fantastic umpire.
Slower delivery was full. Cornet Dry's got it well. Has he got enough? Yes, he has. That is a big result for the Atlanta Fire. This is turning out to be a big over. The one that they needed.
Just what they needed, yes, Nikhil. Fantastic shot by Cornet Dry. Again, waiting for the ball. Didn't feel any pressure. Seeing the ball drop on him and flicking it over. The great Marlon Samuel said, you always go for the head of the snake like he did in the T20 final. He went after Malinga. This is exactly what the Atlanta Fire is. He's been the best bowler in the competition, but they're trying to take him down to bring that required rate to under 13.
No ball signaled. How costly. Fani Samadri, he's been the man all season. All of a sudden, the wheels are falling off for the Seattle Thunderbolts.
You spoke about self-belief that Aaron Jones has. The self-belief needs to go into the minds of the Seattle Thunderbolts. They need this going into the last 4 overs of the innings. So I beg your pardon, last 3. No ball it is. The line belongs to the umpire. Good call by Jermaine Lindo. Massive, massive decision. This in the context of the game for the Seattle Thunderbolts.
He's one of the best in the country, Jermaine Lindo. Free hit delivery coming up. Slower delivery. It's going to be more runs off the outside edge. 3rd up in the circle. 4 more. And it rounds out the over. It is a huge one for the Atlanta Fire. 23 runs have come from it. 122 for 4.
1, 2, 3.
Is where you want to be. The center of attention for the entire world is come down to 3 overs. Dane Pete We mentioned the Seattle Thunderbolts in the driver's seat. The Atlanta Fire have stormed back with a 25-run over. And in the last over, on the final delivery, a no ball signaled. Fanny Samadri overstepping. That is a very good call at this stage of the innings. Under pressure, Jermaine Lindo.
Fantastic. Hats off to you, Jermaine Lindo. Takes a brave man to make that call and stepped on the line. Nikhil, we know who's going to bowl the last 3 overs of the innings. Shadley van Skype, that man on screen will too, and Anjani will bowl 1-2.
Has he got it? I don't think he's got enough. Harmeet Singh, he's one man that you don't want underneath any time you hit the ball in the air because it can be problematic. Dane, you look at this though, 36 from 3 overs. You could not have asked for a better game to end what has been a historic season.
You called in the 6th over of the first innings. You said we have a game. We still have a game. 12 runs and over at Church Street Park is really gettable. They are in control with that man on screen right there, Aaron Jones. They feel like they're well in control. They still have guys that can hit the ball out the park, so it's not dead and buried yet for both teams. Bang!
Straight!
Bang!
Huge! Length! Gone! Aaron Jones! This is your world! On fire for the Atlanta Fire!
Bang, what a shot that was. I said it last evening. Jonesy aimed straight. He's whacked that straight over the bowler's head. Ranjane, under massive pressure, has played an unbelievable game of cricket today, but it's all going to come down to the last 4 balls of his spell. Unbelievable shot into the umpire's tent. Bang, what a shot that was. Holding his composure. Yes, there were no fists like it was last night, but he zoned in today, Nikhil. He zoned in to take his team over the line.
Dropped on 3 in the 3rd over. How costly? Goes full again. Can't beat extra cover. It's all happening. He wants to. They're going to come back as well. Corny Dry is a big man, got long strides. Aaron Jones, though, pulling up. You wonder, though, he has battled with some injury. He's a hard worker who's just come off a long series in the Cricket World Cup League 2. Comes straight into the minor league, made 70 against Manhattan, 76 against the Stallions yesterday. A lot of cricket he's played in the last 2 weeks.
Spot on. There's a mini conference between batters, mini conference between Andries Gous and Ranjane. Harmeet Singh trying to jog across and trying to keep the composure. The man has done well today, Ranjane. He just needs to focus on his execution and not try and focus on what the batsman's trying to do. Aaron Jones is in a purple patch of his cricketing career. We just have to bowl our best balls, Seattle Thunderbolts, to try and get him out and not focus on what he's trying to do. Yes, he's in an unbelievable vein of form, but he's still a human, Nikhil. He bleeds the same blood that we do. So we have got to keep our composure, Seattle Thunderbolts.
Wicket, huge comeback, and they've got the man that they so badly wanted. Ranjane is off. Is that the game? The final nail in the coffin. The Jaws, the captain, the danger man is gone.
Huge, huge wicket. Ranjane taking pace off the ball. Bit of a leg cutter there. Aaron Jones beaten by the leg cutter. That is a massive, massive wicket in the context of the game. Just rushing him, taking the fingers over the ball. Andries Gous, as we can see, is ecstatic with that wicket crashing into the leg stump. And there's a painful, painful sight that for Aaron Jones. He just identifies how massive that wicket could be in the context of the game. What an innings, young man. Take a bow. Was a pleasure to watch you all minor league season. He leaves with that Atlanta Fire now, 132 for 5.
Amila Ponzo comes to the middle with his team needing something. They desperately need something, but he has shown that he can finish innings in this tournament. This game is not over yet, folks. Aaron Jones and Corny Dry have done hard work to get the game to this position. It's going down to the wire. What a delivery, what a bowling spell from Shubham Ranjane. His 3rd wicket in this final of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. They all want to be on Daffy News. They all want the stardom. Amila Ponzo, with all of his international experience, can he win this game for the Fire? More known for his bowling aspect of things. This man deserves a lot of credit. Only 13 wickets before this. 26 overs he bowled in this tournament. But he's really stepped up for his team tonight.
The mantle now shifts to Corny Dry. He's in the front seat of the Tundra, trying to drive the team home.
Bang! Aponzo goes big, but he hasn't got enough. Harmeet Singh makes no mistake. It's back-to-back wickets for the Seattle Thunderbolts, who feel that they're close to being first-time winners of this tournament.
Big celebrations by the Thunderbolts. You said it earlier, Nikhil. Any ball in the air close to Harmeet Singh will be taken. Amila Aponzo taking a risk first ball, and unfortunately sounded like the toe end of the bat. Big wicket. Corner drive will be on strike facing the last ball of the over, but massive wicket. Good piece of catching by Harmeet Singh. Hands go straight in the air. And there you go, Mr. Anjane. You've had a superb game, putting your hand right up to being player of the match.
4 wickets for Shubham Ranjani. He's got the wicket of Aponzo, goes without scoring. 132 for 6. How this game has ebbed and flowed in the balance of power. Now it's in the favor of the Seattle Thunderbolts as Everett Dyer, who can strike the ball a long way, comes to the middle. With his team in desperate need, 26 needed from 13 deliveries. Has scored runs in this tournament, has done it for the Lightning last season, but he's facing a hat-trick ball from Shubham Ranjani, who's the unsung hero. Many would have looked at Fani Samadri, Harmeet Singh, but Ranjani has put his hand up.
Yes, indeed, and that, the sense of seeing the Seattle Thunderbolts for the first time this season in person. They look like a cricket team, they look like a family, and that's helping him get over the line. Here we go.
Goes full at the pads. He was very excited, but maybe just going down the leg side. The excitement from Ranjani, he can't believe it. But it will end what is a terrific over. 2 wickets, 10 runs. That could be the game-winning, the tournament-winning over. Take about Shubham Ranjani.
Take a bow, Ranjani. Inside edge called by the umpire. But here's the first of the wickets, Nikhil.
Yeah, the first wicket, it was of Aaron Jones. That is the one that they would have wanted desperately. They got that wicket. And then the important one of Amila Aponzo, who will go after the bowling. He will be disappointed he wasn't able to get that over the rope for 6. Now, Everett Dyer, who's come to the middle, Dane Pete, has been a bit disappointing with the bat in hand. We know he can't strike it a long way. Only 1 double-figure score this season, and he's got to face the leading wicket taker in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, Fani Samadri, who now has 46 wickets.
Wow, 46 wickets, been unbelievable. I'm actually looking down at the scorecard and it says P. Samadri, 3 overs for 30. I cannot believe he's been able for 30 runs with the kill in a set of 3 overs. But yes, it's a playoff, anything's happening. Guys are really putting their hand up to win the game for the team. 25 in 2 overs, it is still possible. Still possible, Nikhil. Lots of excitement, as you can see around the ground here.
How could you not want to be here at Church Street Park? I mean, fantastic cricket. Our good friend Emily working hard out in the, I was going to say in the heat, but really it's a fantastic atmosphere. You look at this ground, it's packed, Dane Pete. Fani Samadri, inside edge, and it doesn't get past fine leg. Could have easily squirted past him and gone into the boundary.
Yes, indeed, good start by Samadri, holding composure. And like I said earlier, doing what he does well. Not worried about who he's bowling to, he's doing what he does well. Landing the ball, bowling his off-cutter that's made him so successful this competition by getting 46 wickets. He's holding his composure. Andries Gous running down with a bit of information. Probably just said, keep your cool. He's not going to tell him how to bowl because he has a special skill set, Nikhil.
Yeah, 44 wickets is, sorry, correction, in this tournament now with this 1 wicket he's taken today. And he will be looking to add to that tally and finish this game off for the Thunderbolts. Dyer is going straight up. He hasn't got enough, but I think it may just fall safely. It does. It's that man, Shubham Ranjani, again. Was that a direct hit? He's done nothing wrong today, Shubham Ranjani.
My player of the match, Ranjani, has been exceptional. That right there was an exceptional piece of fielding. Really close. Andries Gous gloves, brushing, and a good piece of backing up. anything can happen. We speak about a World Cup final when no one was backing up, deflection of the bat, added 5 runs to the total. Anything can happen, Nikhil. It's the Moddersville magic.
Dan Pete, you said he's your front runner for man of the match. They have to win the game first, of course. This is not over yet. Not a wide given. No wide given by umpire Jeremy Lindo. This is where umpires have got to hold their nerve under all the intensity of the game. Fani Samadri very confident that that was within the tram lines.
Don't know why Andries coach gave him the cold shoulder there. Ask him what he's doing. He's backed himself to go for a wide Yorker straight into the gloves of Andries Coast. Good dot ball.
And good luck hitting that into the boundary, that delivery.
100%.
My goodness, even if it was a full toss. You saw it already dismiss Jamar Hamilton earlier. Goes over cover this time. There is that fielder on the boundary, but he can't get to it. The power of Everoy Dyer. He hasn't done much for the bat this season, but could he have something up his sleeve?
Anything's possible. Valuable boundary that for the Atlanta Fire. Both dugouts are not using the bleachers, Nikhil. As you can see that he flicked it over the point fielder. But both dugouts are on their field, cheering the teams on. This is a pressure situation. Everyone's nerves are going all over the place, but it's all about keeping the composure and getting that man on screen needs to hit a couple of boundaries to end off this over.
What about the man at the other end? He's got a strike rate in this tournament of 139. Many will remember that 22 from 15 deliveries that Cornet Dry hit against the Stallions early in the season. If he can produce something like that in the next over, they'll get close. Brute force. Man out there though, and the man takes it. It is that man again, Shubham Ranjani, who's taken it, and Fani Samadri celebrates.
Big wicket that is. Yes, it's a wicket, but more crucial is a dot ball, Nikhil. Everoy Dyer trying to get it into the arms of the Lord, as we say, but unfortunately dropping short. And a great catch by guess who, Nikhil? Mr. Ranjani. That's what Samadri is known to bowl. Beautiful off-cutters out in front of the Atlanta Fire fielders, signaling to keep quiet, and that's a fantastic catch. Dyer gone for 6 or 4 balls. Atlanta Fire now 140 for 7.
It is 18 needed from 7. You think it will go the way of the Seattle Thunderbolts, but Jay Pathak, watched him at this very venue, hit 2 deliveries consecutively out of the ground against your Morrisville Raptors, Dane Pete. He can hit the ball a long way, and I think he may. He's off strike, so he's not going to be facing. What does Cornet Dry do here, though? Does he get one, or does he trust Jay Pathak for the final over?
He's got to back himself to try and get 17 off the last over, Nikhil. Get off strike, be the man.
Wow, Dane Pete.
And try to whack that runs.
That's a big call. Fani Samadri, final delivery. He's bowled him. He's bowled him. And a fitting way to end a brilliant spell from Samadri, who's the tournament leading wicket taker. What a performance from this man. What a star he's been this season.
Star indeed, Nikhil. Fantastic win for him in that last ball of the over. He went with a full pace delivery, backed himself to bowl it, and bang, crashing into the middle stump. Just what the Seattle Thunderbolts wanted. Wives of the Seattle Thunderbolts are jumping for joy. Fantastic to see.
The poor baby. It's all happening. 140 for 8. Cornet Dry, a valiant 14. He's got to depart. Wow, you can barely think about what's happening here. Rishi Pandey, the 16-year-old, comes to the middle. Dane Pete, you wonder though, the option from Cornet Dry to go for that big shot. He went across the line. It's what's been the bread and butter for Fani Samadri all season. Yesterday he got Shehan Jayasuriya out, attacking the stumps. Today, 3 wickets again. This man has just inhaled wickets. Something he's done different to everyone else. He's just been a proven wicket taker.
This for me, Nikhil, was the defining moment in the match. Cornet Dry known to hit a massive ball, and yes, crashing into that. You just see that Lumo lights flashing as he crashed into the middle stump. But this man has got to win it for the Atlanta Fire, Nikhil. I want you now, Nikhil, to make a call, please.
If Jay Pathat can hit a 6 off this first ball, this game becomes very interesting. I think personally, Pathat has got to face all 6 deliveries. Rishi Pandey is a very skilled player, but he can't find the boundary with great consistency, especially with 5 out. Long off, long on, deep cover, deep mid-wicket, deep backwards square as well. Pat house at Church Street Park. He goes hard, but there is 2 in the offside. He wants to, he's got to come back. It's going to the keeper's end, and he's going to get it as well.
Yes, they do. It's a valuable 2 runs, Nikhil. 16 to win of 5 deliveries. Those guys right there still have belief of getting over the line. But yes, some guys quiet sitting at the back, knowing how close they were to getting over the line.
It's not over yet.
It's definitely not over yet. It's the magic of Morrisville.
This game of cricket.
Especially at this ground, Nikhil. Can you please make a call, sir?
No. No calls. Jay Pathat is going to make the call. He's gone again in that region. This is excellent death bowling from Van Skalvik. We saw it in the last over. They're coming back for 2, and he's going to be run out. They had no choice, and it really is the icing on the cake for the Seattle Thunderbolts, who you think will be new champions and new winners.
And who was involved with that run out? Mr. Anjani. 50 runs, 4 wickets, a catch out in the deep, and now a run out. What a performance by the Seattle Thunderbolts closing out this game. A couple of overs ago, they needed 13 runs required, but look at this piece of work by Ranjani. Long barrier, flicking the ball into Andri's house and breaking the stumps. What a piece of cricket that was. Great piece of death bowling, great piece of fielding, great piece of wicket keeping, but Dhaka gone for 3 of 2 deliveries.
Well, the awareness as well from Shubham Rajani, knowing that he had to go to the keeper's end. 2 young players at them in the middle. It's going to be a mountain to climb now for the Atlanta Fire. 15 to get from 4. I can barely talk, Dane Pete. It tells you about the excitement of the event, the excitement of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship.
For sure, as you see Subrian's runs, career runs, you definitely want him to quadruple that to win this right now. That's what the Atlanta Fire will want. I heard Shadley van Skalkwyk saying in the stump mic, guys, let's play to the very last ball, okay? So that's what he would want. The young man on strike is going to give his all. He's going to try his best. It's 15 to win of 4 deliveries. But in my opinion, Nikhil, guess what? Guess what, Nikhil?
I don't want to guess, Dane.
There will be new winners for the Toyota Minor League of 2022.
No. Ladies and gentlemen, both these teams will be new winners. Don't let Dane Pete, he's a very tricky fella. Don't let him trick you at home. It's not a call. He's sitting on the fence, but I think one team is very close.
Seattle Thunderbolts will be the champions.
Whoa, Dane Pete, no spoilers. Subramanian hits it well, but singles aren't going to win the game at this stage. They're coming back for 2. I think Rishi Pandey's made it. A short man who's quick between the wickets. Dane Pete, you think about Harmeet Singh and this Seattle Thunderbolts team. What they've battled in the last 2 weeks. Into the final weekend of the group stages, many did not have the Thunderbolts even making the playoffs. Net run rate was their friend. They then beat the Dallas Mustangs, beat the defending champions. Sum up the fight that they've shown this season.
I will sum it up in the sense of it's worthy of being a Netflix documentary. Good piece of camera work there. As you can see, it's not out. Game's still on, but it's worthy of a Netflix documentary. 1.67 will be a number that the Seattle Thunderbolts, for the rest of their careers, this group of players, this roster, they will never ever forget, because that's the number that got them into the playoffs. They went to Houston to play in the playoff game. They had to win both games to get here to the big game. And what have they done? They've beaten the defending champions. They've got into a final, and here we are.
Van Skalvik. There is that deep point fielder. It's only going to be 1. And that is not going to win the game. They need 12 from 2. Young Rishi Pandey has got to hit 2 6s. Shadi Van Skalvik, though, the character that this man has shown in the last 2 days. Yesterday defended 9 runs in the last over. Today, holding his nerve. It's been a tough season for him, the man from South Africa.
Andries Gous said to Paxton down when they met at the halfway stage. He said, we have the best bowling attack in the country. And they've definitely showed why they are one of the best bowling attacks in the country. They've put their hand up and they've bowled unbelievably well in this weekend here in Morrisville.
Full, and that's going to be it. There's one more ball, but it's now impossible for the Fire to get over the line. This Seattle Thunderbolts team, the celebrations can begin once Shadi Van Schalvik makes no mistake. They can't believe it.
That's the worst part of cricket right there, ladies and gentlemen, but that right there is the best. Just amazing to see how this tournament has completed, but extremely, extremely, extremely happy for the way that the Thunderbolts have played this weekend of cricket. They showed why they are a cricket team. They're not just a bunch of guys coming together to play, but they are a cricket team. They look like a family. They're extremely, extremely happy with the way that this game has gone.
What a Cinderella story to sum up this tournament for the Thunderbolts. Final delivery, they're on the verge. It's going to be won, but they've won it all through the trial and tribulation, the hardships and adversity. Ecstasy for Harmeet Singh and his men. They're the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket champions of the world. Unbelievable scenes at North Carolina Mooresville.
Unbelievable scenes indeed. TCL boys are running onto the field, boys and girls are running onto the field. This is amazing to see. Like I said, this is the end. This is when the credits come on of the Netflix documentary. This has been a season that they can be extremely proud of. That man on screen, Harmeet Singh, has been sensational. They're a cricket team. They didn't rely on one or two players to get them here. They are a team. Samadji's been amazing. Fatskalkbek's been amazing. Gous has been amazing. Harmeet Singh has been amazing. They have just played some unbelievable cricket at crucial stages of the game. Nikhil, hands down, one of the best weekends of cricket I've experienced in my life.
Many that don't have this team being in these 2 days, being at the finals weekend. They've defied all the odds. They beat the Dallas Mustangs, who had only lost one game. They then beat the defending champions, the Silicon Valley Strikers. Simply amazing, this game of cricket. Not all dreamers are winners, Dane Pete, but all winners are dreamers.
Beautifully, beautifully said, Nikhil. Look at this. I wish I could just see a drone shot of this right now. It's been amazing scenes. The ground is just littered with pink. Wives are on the field. TCL boys and girls are on the field. It's been an amazing competition. Rolandi Gous hugging them, hugging her husband Andries Gous. They're expecting a kid in December. Just so happy to see a cricket team that come together, look like a family, get over the line against all odds, Nikhil. Just amazing.
They can't believe it, and rightfully so. Harmeet Singh has led his team superbly well. He's shown so much fight. He's battled through all adversities for this Seattle Thunderbolts side. He can't believe it. He's emotional. He deserves to be. These are the things that make you dream as a youngster. These are the players and positions you want to see yourself in 10 to 20 years. A fantastic game of cricket. Credit to the Atlanta Fire as well for coming this far. They'll be very disappointed in this tournament that they got this far, runners up. But after not making the playoffs not making the finals weekend, they will feel hard done by. That man on screen, definitely a man of the match performance.
Player of the match indeed. He had a fantastic, fantastic game. Run-outs, catches, sixes, wickets. Just amazing to see. What a shot this is. Seattle Thunderbolts. Congratulations.
Saeed, it was that man again, Aaron Jones, third 50 in third game, but it wasn't enough. Another brisk cameo from Cornet Dry, but in the end, just 11 runs short.
The bowling lineup of the Seattle Thunderbolts, again, 5 bowlers used by the Thunderbolts, just amazing. 4 wickets for Ranjane. It's been amazing. But that man Samadji, 47, I think, wickets taken in this competition. Just amazing to see. But every single bowler contributed just when the captain needed them. Fantastic, fantastic win. I will say this again. Seattle Thunderbolts, congratulations for a fantastic, fantastic season of cricket.
Well, it was an unbelievable season, an unbelievable match. Shubham Rajane, 51 from 45, and also 4 wickets to his name. Andreas House was big as well, 48 from 44, and don't forget about Shadley Van Schalkwyk, 27 runs to his name. Also delivered some brilliant death bowling as well. Akhilesh Bhagadam was good at the top as well, taking that initial wicket. Good batting from Aaron Jones, who scored 64, and Zain Syed, who had 26, but just not enough runs to go around for the Atlanta Fire. Let's go down to Paxton and see what's going on.
Thanks, guys. The energy down here is absolutely insane. I've got Shadley for the Seattle Thunderbolts. First of all, how are you feeling?
Emotional. That's the honest answer. Emotional. It's unbelievable. I think the guys work so hard, day in, day out, sleepless nights. It's just emotional. It's emotional.
So you guys had the doubters, you had the naysayers, but you guys came out on top. You got this victory. What does this win mean to you and your team?
Wow, it's a difficult question to answer. I think it's honestly just a feeling that you don't forget, and you won't forget for the rest of your lives. The guys really put in a lot of work, and it's credit to the team. We had a leading wicket taker, we had guys that stood up in different times. I think the win means more for us as a group and a family, because that's what we go for at a franchise, and the family feeling behind is amazing.
Love that. Well, congratulations. Go celebrate with your team. Back to you guys up there in the booth.
Well, there you heard it from Shadley Van Schalkwyk. He was absolutely brilliant, and he had all of these incredible plays, and we'll get to see him in a bit, but we'll see you right back. We're going to get a quick word from all of our sponsors.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
1, 2, 3.
बासमती राइस को घर लाने का लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट में क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
How did a global retail pharmacy increase orders by 100%? How did a multinational bank build a #1 rated digital app? With people who help leading companies transform through technology. Engineer a better future. Discover how at ust.com.
He's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
Well, we saw an unbelievable night of cricket here, unbelievable evening of cricket, and it really came down to the wire. A pulse-pounding finish there. Again, for all Seattle Thunderbolts fans, their inhalation through the roof. But let's not forget about how good the Atlanta Fire were this entire season. Dane, what stood out to you first about Seattle's whole season coming to this point?
Yeah, something that I tend to live by, play cricket as a family, be happy for one another. And that's what my good friend Shadley Van Schalkwyk said. He was just, it means more to them winning as a team than any individual accolades. And that's why we play the game of cricket for. And that is perfect example of why the game will grow in the United States of America, because if you play for one another, it's perfect. And I mean, I'm so happy for those guys that have had tireless work that I've spoken to Andries Gous and Shadley van Schalkwyk about. They've put in amazing amount of work into that team and trying to get it over the line. Yes, they had a sluggish start last year, but this right here, this is amazing to see. Growth and improvement like a team, Nikhil. Just been amazing.
Well, let's just take a look at what transpired here tonight. And again, it just got started with Stephen Taylor, who was so good. Again, just showed off the flurry of shots. Was able to get them through the infield and was able to get Akhilesh Bogadam for some boundaries. But it was this shot here, maybe setting him up, Bogadam. He found the fielder on the deep, terrific catch there. And this drop could have been so costly. Ended up being for 4. Remember, Aaron Jones just on 3. And he made him pay. Zain Zayed this time, though, back down the ground. And like we said, Aaron Jones, he made them pay for that drop and was able to play some big shots back down the ground. But that man, Funny Samriddhi, he's the leading wicket taker for a reason, and he was always amongst it. He found Harmeet Singh on a couple of occasions. That the first, and this one to dismiss Nasir Hussain, and he was the star of the day. Shubham Ranjane, this one, low full toss to Jamar Hamilton straight up, and this was the moment where every Seattle Thunderbolt fan said, we are in the driver's seat. And then you just had Funny Samriddhi continue the onslaught here. After this 6, it was a huge shot there. You just thought, could the fire get back into it? And you see it go over the top. Aaron Jones getting to his half century as well. And you just thought, was he going to be able to lead them over the line? But the last laugh usually goes to the batter. Funny Samriddhi, he had other plans. Again, you take a look at this boundary from Cornet Dry. This shot from Aaron Jones, maybe the biggest of the lot. But then Shubham Ranjane, the slower ball, he undoes Aaron Jones there. And then back-to-back, this delivery to get rid. Amila Aponzo goes on that one. And this one here, just a little bit of width finally on offer for 4. But backs it up with this one here. Back onto the stumps, and Funny does what Funny does best, Dane.
What he does best, my MVP for the competition. And there we see it. Castling Cornet Dry, smashing into his middle stump. And there was just a flurry of wickets at the back end, obviously with Atlanta Fire trying to get over the line. Good piece of work in the deep by Ranjane. And that's when the wheels completely fell off. And that moment right there, Shadley van Schalkwyk jumping for joy. Seattle Thunderbolts coming together. Wives running onto the field. TCL boys and girls running onto the field. It was utter joy. The captain right there doing what the Indian people like to do. Players like to pull the stumps out and they throw it in the air. Fantastic, fantastic. Guys have the championship caps on. That means one thing. They are the champions of the Toyota Minor League of 2022.
Elation for the Seattle Thunderbolts. And again, what a win it was. The game ebbed and flowed in incredible fashions. And it was just an unbelievable game to see live here. More so Magic Dane, it seems to always find us. And again, we just saw it once again tonight in the final night of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. The champions belongs to the Seattle Thunderbolts. We're going to go down to Nikhil Uttamachande, who's down there on the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony for the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. We would like, on behalf of the Minor League Cricket, to thank our 26 ownership groups, all the players, the umpires, scorers, support staff, and the hundreds of volunteers that have made this tournament possible, and of course, all of you here at the ground and all of those who have joined us throughout the season for making this a possible event. We also want to thank massively our sponsors. To have a corporate sponsors on board, we've had things like the premium coverage, tons of events this season, Toyota, Sunoco, and Dafa News. Their contributions have been special, and without them, this tournament would not be possible. This is another special moment for domestic cricket in the United States, and you all have played a huge part in what has been another memorable 10 weeks for everyone involved and cricket in this country. Our thanks as well to everyone at the town of Morrisville for their commitment to growing the global game here in Morrisville and the United States, led by Pat and his fantastic team. The Triangle Cricket League as well, and the Greater Rally Sports Alliance for their assistance in helping host this event. Right now, let me introduce the presentation party here. We have Mr. Kenny Lee representing Toyota, Mr. Patrick Albro, the Director of the Business Development Sunoco, Mr. Sushil Nadkarni from the USA Cricket Board, and as well Ms. Nadia Gruni from the USA Cricket Board as well. Now I would like to invite the captain of the runners-up, the Atlanta Fire, Mr. Aaron Jones. You can come forward and have a few words with us. Aaron, commiserations on your loss. When you look back and reflect on this final, you guys coming runners-up this season, where do you think it went wrong for you today?
I think we lose the game in quite a few key moments in the back-end bowling. And I thought that one or two of the players could have batted a bit deep with me. And obviously we didn't finish well, so yeah.
Tell me about looking past this result. How proud of you are you of your guys? Because last season you guys didn't make it here to Morrisville. You told me from the beginning of this year you had that quest to be here in this position. How proud of you are your team?
Yeah, definitely proud of the guys for making it to the finals, 2 steps further than last year. And obviously we had 1 or 2 players missing throughout the season. So kudos to the boys for sure for making it to the finals.
You yourself have been in and out of this tournament with international duty, but when you reflect on it, what has been some of the main standouts from this 2022 Toyota Minor League? What have you enjoyed the most about the tournament?
To be honest with you, before the whole minor league started, it wasn't much professionalism around cricket around USA, and I really love the professionalism that minor league brings to cricket in USA, and it's going to get better.
Aaron Jones, congratulations again, and hard luck to you today.
Thank you.
Aaron Jones, the captain of the Atlanta Fire, and what this man has done for cricket in this country with his bat for the USA team deserves a ton of credit. Thank you very much, Aaron. We now would like to invite today's man of the match, and I think there can only be one man, 51 from 45 deliveries, 4 wickets as well, Mr. Shubham Ranjani. He'll collect his award from Mr. Sushil Nadkarni. Deserves a ton of credit for that performance today. If you could just come forward and have a few words with us, Shubham. Man, you must be buzzing after that performance. You know, we talk about Andreas Gauss, Harmeet Singh. You flew under the radar, but to put in a performance like this all around for your team, what do you think it says about you as a player?
Yeah, it was an important game, and everyone knows it was a high-intensity game, big grand finale, and we have been working so hard. And for me, as an all-rounder, it has been really good throughout the tournament, and it was a crucial match for me and my team. So we worked really very hard, and we got it and made it.
You guys have won some serious cricket games under immense pressure. What is it about the Seattle Thunderbolts and yourself that allows you to deliver under that pressure?
Yeah, like we believed ourselves, like whatever situation we came through, so we just go through and fight as a team, and that worked till the end.
How special does this performance and this win, and how much does it mean to you?
Yeah, it was, I told you in the beginning, it's very important for me and the team going through and winning a championship. It's really great achievements.
Unbelievable performance. Congrats to you on your man of the match.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Today's man of the match, Shubham Ranjani. Excellent performance from him. He did it with the bat, with the ball, as well as in the field. A couple of catches, a couple of runouts. We now would like to ask Mr. Patrick Albro to present this year's MVP award, the most valuable player for the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. And it can only be one man, Mr. Fani Samadri, 46 wickets, a strike rate of 8.8. Well, Fani Samadri, I tell you, this Seattle Thunderbolts team, they've got some stories. This man took 9 wickets in 2021. This season, he's double, triple, quadruple that. What has been the key to your success?
Everything has been going with the plan. I did hard work after last season's. We were out in the league games itself. So I joined the team, and we had regular practice sessions. And the coach and the captain, they were giving me advices, what should be working on this pitch, this pitch. So everything went according to the plan and the field. So kudos to the team and the captain and the coach.
Tell me about the support. Andreas Gauss has called your bowling lineup the best in the tournament. You guys proved time and time again why you're so successful. How good has it been playing with those guys and bowling in tandem with them?
So playing with the pros, it's very good experience. You know, you get all kind of advice, suggestions, what needs to be bowled. So they come to me. Shadley comes to me, gives to me advice. Need to be patient, aggressive, follow your plan. Gaussy gives me like, go with this. You are good at this, so back yourself. And Harry, he just comes to me. Bache, you can do this. You're good at this. Nobody can hit you in death. So that kind of confidence is given by the team. So when you have pros giving you that confidence, you can achieve anything.
This year's MVP, congrats to you.
Thank you.
What a performance. 46 wickets for this man, Fani Samadri. Unbelievable scenes and an unbelievable bowling spell today, taking 3 wickets and winning the game for his team. Now I'd like to ask Ms. Nadia Grooney from the USA Cricket Board to present our umpires who take a lot of criticism, but without them, this tournament would not be possible. Presenting them with the momentum of officiating in today's matchup. If they can come forward, Mr. Jermaine Lindo, Mr. Rushain Samuels, Vijaya Malela, and finally, Mr. Tariq Janapredi. Give these guys a lot of credit because they have a tough job. One of the toughest in the game. Now would like to ask the winning team to come forward and collect their medals. We'll start from the top. Ryan Khan Pathan from the Seattle Thunderbolts, the opening batter. Andrea Skaus, Shubham Ranjane, Akhilesh Bodogam, Rishi Badraj, Jai-Group Raina, Rohan Posanapali, Harmeet Shadley Van Skelvik, of course, the all-rounder from South Africa. Tons of match-winning performances for him. These guys deserve a ton of credit, the adversity that they battled through this season. Prajit Moody, Fani Samadri, we just saw. Advesh Rai, Anshu Bisht, and Mahidar Mulapadi. Fantastic performance from these gentlemen. These men deserve a lot of credit. Thank you very much to all of our young TCL volunteers for making this happen and presenting our medals. Finally, I would like to ask the captain, Harmeet Singh, to collect his medal and come and have a chat with us. The winning captain, of course. Harmeet Singh, we saw how emotional you were. This win must mean the world to you, but I'll start 3 weeks ago. Net run rate is what came down to your team being in the playoffs. You then beat the Mustangs, who had only lost 1 game, and yesterday, the defending champions. What is it about the Seattle Thunderbolts, led by yourself, that has employed this type of fight within them?
No, as I said at the toss as well, that we peaked at the right time. And since the last week with Grizzlies, we've been really rock solid with the bat, with the ball, in the field, everywhere. I think everybody here has won a game from the top 7 and since the Grizzlies games. And I think the way we played, it's been phenomenal. I think I will remember this for a very long time. And I'm actually out of words right now. And it is a big win, yeah.
With all of your experience, Harmeet, coming over from India, playing at the Under-19 World Cup level, what has your personal experience been like leading this group of guys?
I think we all come from different parts of the world, and the way we come together, the way we manage ourselves, the way we blend into different cultures, it is a joy to watch, it is a joy to play with everybody, and the way everybody, respected my calls, respected my decisions on the field, trusted me. It takes trust. It takes once we started winning, I think the trust was much more, and I think everybody, the bowlers, the batters, if you see in the Grizzlies game, Rayan, myself stood up. In the Dallas game, Andres, Rayan, myself stood up. Now Rishi stood up. This game, Shubham stood up. Like, we have had different match winners every game, and everybody could win a game on it by themselves. So that's what has, taken us this far, because everybody cannot have a good game every time. So you're playing against good sides. The way we handled pressure and the way we held our nerve with the ball in the field, it's been exceptional, I think, yeah.
Before I let you celebrate with your team, one word to describe this year's campaign. You're the champion, first-time winners of this minor league.
We were fantastic, I think. We were fantastic, yeah.
Love that. Harmeet Singh, join your team. I will also ask the owners, Vijay Beniwal, Salman Taj, and Fani Shateni to come forward and collect their winning trophy. This year's tournament winners of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco, the Seattle Thunderbolts. Good. Thank you very much, gentlemen. If you could just head over with your team to join in on the celebrations. Tell you, this tournament's produced some Cinderella-like stories, and the Seattle Thunderbolts are a perfect description of that. They deserve this. They fought through thick and thin, and they will remember this moment for a long, long time. Morrisville Magic, as they like to call it. You're champions of 2022. Well, what a tournament it's been in this 2022 Toyota Minor League. We want to thank all of you at home for joining the action for all of these 10 weekends, all of the players, all of the volunteers, and also our production team who've worked hard every week. This has been a special and memorable tournament, and this tournament will be one that will impact cricket for many years to come. It's bye for the final time.
Toyota, let's go places.
See if Seattle decides to target.
Important for their team, for Corney. Maximum.
Great shot, tapping his...
There, they've got them again.
Watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco.